Hello, welcome back to the world. My name is Beast, and today we're back with Hello Lady. I already got here to the selection screen. However, we're not immediately gonna go into Eru-Route. Not Eru-Route. We're not in Utavaru no. Fuck. I talked to someone earlier about Eru-Route and how people who sexualize Aruru need to have a red-hot iron stake shoved up their urethra. That's beside the point right now, though. Let's just head to the research facility because we're doing the bad endings first, the ones that are still left, namely bad end 3 and 5, I think it was. And I need to go to the research facility first, but those are options you need for Eru's route. My fucking god. Hold on. There we go. Went to take a look at the research building. Like I'd heard, it was extremely well guarded. Neither humans nor objects could pass through the front gate there, and getting close to it was difficult, even if you just wanted to take a quick look.
高崎エル、今研究棟から来たのかね。
成田真理。そうです。本日はメンテの日でしたので。自分、1時間目の講義はありませんでしたから、さっさと済ませてきました。
She gazed back at me with antagonistic eyes, but she gave me a thorough response.
メンテというと
入学時に説明されませんでしたか？成長期の HMI は些細なことで能力が変質しやすいですので、週に一度はメンテを行うのが義務化されているのです。普段のは時の先生のコンパーメントで10分もかかりませんが、月に一度はもう少ししっかりしたメンテナンスのために研究棟へ行かなければなりません。
なるほど。
てめえだって HMI なんだからメンテは義務ですよ。
理解したとも。そして君が思いのほか義理がたい人物だということも。
うん。どうでもいいです。策の敵は超死ねばいいのに。
Let's talk about the GML. Okay, I do appreciate the offer, but tell it I can't.
と言っても、あなたのつくべき役職は
Gentleman does not ask a lady for anything.
では、課題をスタートします。
Rose garden. Lovely, isn't it? Living room, apparently. Next was massage them kindly.
何？
Dome. And the last one is cafeteria.
まさか、あなたから言い出してくれるなんて思わなかった。
There we go. I'm trying to There we go.
その、クラウンに加わりたい、だなんて。
そうなのかね。私も随分と見くびられたものだ。
見くびっていたのかしら。
I got a response.
もしかすると言い出したのはいけないことだったのかね。
そんなことない。嬉しいわ、分かってくれて。一緒にこのスクールでやっていく気になってくれたってことでしょ。
そうなのだろうか。
どういう意味なのよそれ。自分のことでしょ。
私はこれまであまりに長く脇目も振らない生き方をしてきた。こうして改めて自分を振り返れば、どう生きるべきなのかよくわからない。今の自分の感情もありていに言えばまだうまく整理できていないのだ。ただ懸命に明日を目指して歩き続ける君たちを見て、少しは自分も前を向くべきではないだろうかと。
それでもいいわ。ここにいる HMI 全員がそうであるように、あなたにも背負ってきたものがあるのよね。私にはそれが何なのかはわからないけれど、ここならきっと新しい生き方が見つかると思う。
そうであることを。
ようこそ成田真理。私はあなたを新たなクラウンの一員として承認します。
感謝する我がインシグニア。微力ながら本日より成田真理はクラウンに加わる。
He's just outside. Fuck.
まあそういうのもありじゃないでしょうか。
I guess this works. ペルシュワンショーコーナー。
ルーシェマンショー。ペルーシェマンショーのコーナー。
There was no like title card beforehand.
今回
this
は
time.
パーティー会場から美味しいお料理をつまみながらお送りしております。お、このトマトのカレー詰めかなりいけます。さすがは黒船、いい料理人を使ってますね。さて今回なんですが、こういうのもマジでありだとヒシアは思います。ご主人様も固いこと言わずにもっと柔軟に生きればいいのに。柔軟といえばヒシア、両足水平に開けられますよ。皆さんはどうですか？心も体も柔軟にいきましょう。それでは今回のヒントです。このエンドに来たということは、
Yeah, I'm
要
aware.
するに柔らかくなりすぎちゃったわけです。
Yeah, I'm aware.
それも一つの生き方とはいえ、それを美しいと思えるかどうかもまた人それぞれです。あえて苦難の道を行くのであれば、初心忘れるべからず、締めるところは締めていかないとダメですよ。それがどういうものになるとしても、あなたもあなたの信じる道を突き進んでくださいね。それではまた他のエンディングでお会いしましょう。
Okay, now that that's got done.
これ男の反逆と自由へ至る道のりのも
Now on to the fourth one. Meet them boldly. Meet them with vigor. Research facility. There's not much to talk about here. I refuse.
と言ってもあなたのつくべき役職は。
Sam was sent to lost miserably against Narita the Great.
では課題をスタートし。
My room. That's actually the option for Eru. We had a day off at the end of the week. And again, it was nothing special because all of the academy students lived in the dorms and school didn't grant permission to leave. I didn't really have to, since I could just get you... No, you didn't have to, really have to, since you could just get just about everything on campus grounds. There was a gym, an indoor pool in the facilities building, and there were even some groups that formed clubs. You could go shopping in the shopping area and enjoy some Japanese karaoke in the amusement facility. Personally, I had a lot to do on my days off. I'd already resolved to use whatever free time I had to help achieve my goal. I heard an unmistakable voice. The walls in the dorm had good sound isolation, but wasn't good enough for my ears. I left my room and traveled to the source.
このブラとかどうかな。
Oh lord. Oh, I think I've figured out why Solar Core is kind of like almost kind of uncanny to me. She kind of looks like a female version of an old classmate of mine, and I do not like that. Like, I don't like that at all. Makes me feel very uncanny. Someone edit the Mr. Incredible over me.
さすがにそれはちょっと派手すぎない？
玉尾、色気超ナッシングすぎです。もう少しメスとして考えるべき。
いいんだよ、こういうスポーツブラで。ピラピラしたのってなんか邪魔だろ。
別に引っかかったりしませんわよ。ちょっときついですわね。
Hey Mitri, it's nice to see you not dead.
みとりちゃん、もしかして大きくなった？桂木さんに比べればまだまだ小さいんじゃありませんの？
いつも押さえつけてるくせに、空子のは容赦なしです。
てめえは小さくていいよな、肩凝らなくて。
凝るほどないくせに何言ってやがりますか。父というのは策みたいなもののことを言うのです。
私は別に。
Ah, he just comes in. I disagree.
大きいよね。大きいですわよ。
俺別に小さくないから。
おお、ハレルヤ。
I can't take this voice line seriously anymore. Oh, hallelujah! Apparently they've been evaluating newly purchased underwear. They took and tried on small pieces of cloth of various colors. Naturally, that involved putting them on and taking them off. Most excellent. It was a shame that I couldn't tell the world about this beautiful
い
sight.
つもの癖で気配を殺して出てきたが、これは思わぬ収穫。やはりただ見せるよりも何も知らない無防備な乙女がつい見せてしまう突発性に趣がある。
Oh no.
そう、偶然という一度きりの舞台が織りなす奇跡の輝き。気にせずに。
You know, I could have also just like stabbed a pencil into my ear instead of bursting my eardrums like that.
成田くんの変態。
あの野郎、策の着替えを覗いたので後で殺します。しかし成田真理、伝説のラッキースケベ体質とは侮れない。
How fearsome. Nothing major happened after the incident of the test. Okay, skip. Outside, apparently. Here I'm apparently supposed to select accept her challenge and meet them forcefully? How is that gonna lead to a bad ending? Those are all choices towards her. Is that gonna be a case of, your zeal is gonna be way too fucking high? Most likely. To accept a challenge and meet them forcefully.
何？
Classroom. Yep, it's gonna be a max zeal ending, probably.
それでは講義を始めます。本日
Hallway. We have a zeal of 8 now. Jesus. Yeah, going to the plant at this point is probably gonna push us over the zeal threshold. Yep, we are 10 zeal now. That's...
ご主人様。
もとより
Whoops.
私はそのために帰ってきたのだ。なすべきことは一つ。あの日の誓いを果たす。そのために必要であるならば全てを恐れずに遂行しよう。
承知いたしました。
So, it happened. No pain or obstacle hindered the
成
result.
田真理はただなすべきことをなす。そのための機会でいい。機能のためだけにある一本の刃でいい。もはや私というものさえ不要だ。
The mountains were aflame. Tenkawa Noble Academy burnt to ashes. Sparks slit the sky, just as they had many years ago.
完全か菱谷。
はい。一切喝采、塵一つ残さず、ご主人様の誓いは果たされました。
そうか。
Though he'd succeeded. Even though he succeeded, he felt nothing. No sense of satisfaction, accomplishment, or even emptiness washed over him. But that only made sense, since he had become a machine. Machines had no hearts. He didn't shed any tears or feel any
す
joy.
がすがしい。
はい。
Shinri Narita's journey had come to an end.
ペルシマンショー海賊版
See, I still wouldn't call this serial killer. This is more like mass murder.
ペルーシェマンショーのコーナー
It's something I argued with somebody. I don't know. Because he was saying, like, yes, mass murder. No, he was attempted mass murder for now. Like, intended mass murder for now. The serial murder, I mean. Right now, he's just a murder. That's very different. And they pointed out, well, just watch the bad ending and you'll see. I still wouldn't call this serial murder. Serial murder is a series of multiple singular murders, in my, as far if I remember this like definition correctly. This is a mass murder. Anyways.
さて、このコーナーはどれだけ選択肢を選んでも話が進まないよとか、どうやっても全部バッドエンドで終わっちゃうというあなたのためのコーナーなのです。全国12万の自助ファンな皆様のアイドルフィッシャーがお得なヒントをズバリお教えいたしましょう。今回はスクールでも一番派手な建物迎賓館前からお送りしています。さてここはいわゆる全滅エンド。最強無敵と化したご主人様によってきれいさっぱり何もかも燃え尽きてしまいましたとさ。一体何がいけなかったんでしょう。ズバリ行き過ぎてしまったんですね。ほらよく言うでしょ、勉強ばかりする子はバカになる。うちに閉じこもってもろくなことにはなりませんね。今の自分の状態についてはコンフィグ画面で確認できます。ほら選択肢を。今回の教訓は過ぎたるは及ばざるがごとし。もっと他の皆さんとも積極的に接点を作ったりすると物事に違う見方ができるようになるかもしれませんよ。それではまた他のエンディングでお会いしましょう。
Alrighty then, that's all the bad ends. As far as I'm aware, it's the achievement for getting all the bad ends.
これはとある男の物語だ。男の反逆と
10 hidden achievements
自由へ
remaining.
至る
I
道
can't do
の
them.
りの物語である。
Well, close to Steam. By the way, something I found out. I'm actually still gonna have to watch out to take screenshots of the CGs as they come up. Because turns out, for some retarded reason, when you take a screenshot of a CG in the CG viewing menu, The screenshot isn't of the CG, but of the menu underneath. Which is retarded. A research facility. I refuse?
と言っても、あなたのつくべき役職は親切。
That one.
では課題をスタートします。
My room. Outside. Accept your challenge and meet them forcefully.
何
Classroom.
それでは講義を始めます。
Oh, wait. And my room, apparently. Now we're supposedly Fallen Star. Achievement unlocked, and it's Eru's face. So yes, we're officially on Eru's route now. Let me just immediately go to the scenario, select, go here. We can't see the name yet for some fucking reason. It's probably gonna only show up after we get the first one. Tokino Yomise was on her way back. Only she and the driver sat in the vehicle, but she found no joy in wasting time on pointless chatter. One of the core beliefs was that all resources were limited, and that it was best to use them as effectively as possible. It was late at night, nearly midnight in fact. She spent a lot of time on her job she had to take care of outside the academy, which was a rarity for her. Inside Okushima, most roads were straight and barren. It wouldn't have taken more than half an hour before she was back at the academy, but she still looked reasonably concerned.
陽性の出た候補は3人。うち2人はデリートか。
The device in her hand displayed an immense amount of data, most of which were the results of the 142nd test. Since there was no RI or info layer support outside the academy, she had to control it with her hands. In the secret tests conducted by the academy, it wasn't uncommon for there to be 0 positive cases. It was suboptimal, and they wanted at least one to survive, but that didn't always happen. However, this time the results were unexpected. There were three positives, and 2 of them died. Tokino attached the word disposed to the data of the 2 deceased individuals. Her hands moved mechanically and she felt nothing. She lived by logic and she never dedicated any mental or emotional resources to needless sentiments. In her mind, the main problem was the cause of the disposal. The 2 candidates had been killed by someone unknown, while the 3rd vanished without a trace.
The
3rd, last one snuck by the observers and vanished before any supplementary tests could be carried out. It wasn't a simple attempt to run away from home that you would expect from someone in that age range, but a purposeful escape. Why? Well, it was pointless to think about their reasons. There were similar cases among others who'd undergone ascension and manifested halos for the first time. For HMI's ascension was a very dangerous moment. Their suddenly expanded possibilities were too much for them to handle. They lost control and acted aggressive, especially around fellow HMIs. That phenomenon had been dubbed Slider Syndrome. The 3rd had probably manifested a halo only for her to be incompatible with it and lose control. Otherwise known as S-type brain function disorder, Slider Syndrome had a mental illness that was directly caused by the person's halo. Fortunately, there was no known cure. Plus, the Academy had no need for people incompatible with the expanded world, so they didn't really care. HMIs who developed Slider Syndrome lost control over themselves and became unsociable machines who were loyal only to their own desires. But they didn't lose their personalities or intelligence, which made them extremely dangerous. Since dealing with HMIs was a legal nightmare, the Academy took it upon themselves to dispose of such cases after getting a request from the HMI Countermeasures Task Force. The final solution was left to Sako Tonashi, or the other crowns. So, that was what would happen, what would eventually happen to the one who'd escaped. Based on previous cases, the chances of her having developed Slider syndrome were at least over 30%. That meant that the ascended HMI, who made up 80% of the HMIs, who made up 80% of the Academy student body, were champions who survived the trial by fire with a 35% chance of failure.
第142回試験で成果は出なかったということか。
Oh yeah, she's about to die. Right after she thought that a shock from below made Tokino's world turn 180 degrees. Caused by an explosion of pressure from below, a mine the car drove over. It wasn't a proximity mine, however. It had clearly been activated remotely, which made it a trap set to blow up a car as it passed by. Mines were still a popular weapon of war that easily killed or neutralized enemies and created effective defense belt lines. It was a manifestation of human wisdom focused on the act of murder. Many claimed that their indiscriminate nature and the danger they posed, even after wars ended, made them too violent. There were significant efforts to ban their use, such as the Ottawa Treaty, but superpowers like the USA, China, and Russia took no part in it, though that in itself was proof of their effectiveness as weaponry. Japan was part of the treaty, however, so a mine couldn't exist on their land unless it was needed for research. However, just now, one had exploded on a Japanese road, raising a beastly German-made car into the air. I like how they continuously have to point out that it's a nice German-made car. It's that fine German engineering. Like, sure, that mine may have exploded, but by God, if that lands on its fucking wheels, it's gonna drive off anyways. A second later, after that scene that looked like an awful joke, gravity took over, making the iron beast draw an arc in the air as it crashed into the ground. Tokino had lost consciousness for several dozen seconds. In the flipped car, Tokino moaned as she tried to process the situation. She attempted to convince herself to stay reasonable even in a dire situation. Her creature was uglier and more pathetic than a human who lost their ability to think clearly. The car had flipped over, but its tough German frame protected her. She'd have died if she didn't have her seatbelt on. Like, even if it's a German car, I doubt it will survive like a fucking landmine. She couldn't move, so she undid her seatbelt and crawled out of the overturned car through the shattered window. The driver was still breathing. He too was fortunate enough to survive. However, due to the car having danced in the air, he wasn't in good condition. Crushed by his airbag, he fell unconscious. Tokino had once assumed that this was an unfortunate accident. After all, she remembered the attack on her and Sakura a month prior. While cursing her lack of care, she began to think, since the attack, the Academy had become more wary of the AHM. If they planned something like this, they should have found out about it, but that didn't happen. Additionally, this attack had clearly targeted Tokino alone, and an employee of the Academy's schedule would never have leaked.
AHM でないとすれば、やはりスクールの中にネズミが潜んでいるということ。
Regretting the fact that she hadn't brought an SSD with her, Tokino carefully crawled on the ground. Moving too quickly would have been reckless, so she held her breath, scanning her surroundings for hostiles, and slowly left the car, using it as a shield. Sitting on the ground, she raised her upper body. When she finally felt alive again, she pulled out a portable device and tried to call for emergency backup. Shadow suddenly loomed over her, effortlessly drawing close enough to Tokino for her to feel the breath of the one who cast it. That simple fact almost made her stop breathing, but it was made even worse when she realized that she knew the person. Hi.
貴様、成田真理。
No. That all transfer student didn't have such cold, terrifying eyes, and he didn't smile with so much scorn. Tokino Yomisa didn't know any man who could make such a face. The eyes that looked down on Tokino were ice cold and motionless. Searing, boiling rage within his expression was a mix of intense anger and resentment. It made her chills run down her whole body.
なぜだ。
Didn't ask why he was here. That would have been pointless. In this abnormal situation, the man looked down at her with nightmarish eyes. It was readily apparent that he was the one responsible for what happened. She'd asked why because she'd already figured that out, and the man was perceptive enough to know
な
that.
ぜか。このありさまの理由を聞きたいのか。実に他愛のない問いで、夜店時の。これは憎悪だ。こんなものが他にあるはずもない。
憎悪怨恨だというのか。心底その程度だとはな。実につまらない返答だ、成田真理。貴様は塵のようなちっぽけな干渉で人類の輝かしい未来を阻もうとしているのか。
Merely facing him brought about a sense of crushing despair. However, Tokino resisted it and glared back at him. Tokino's anger was as hot as it was just. To save many, you had to sacrifice the few. The man before her rejected such righteousness. He was a nauseating barbarian. Tokino quickly understood that Shinri Narita was a manifestation of mankind's shallowness, one of the things she wanted to overcome
貴
most.
様のような輩の本性を見抜けずスクールに招き入れてしまうとはな。
死者の血と肉で飾り立てた未来とやらはさぞかしバラ色に輝いているのだろう。それほど誇らしいのなら遠慮はいらない。自ら花びらの一枚に加わりたまえ。
It was hard for Tokino to believe that this man, who didn't pay any heed to Tokino's piercing rage, was a fellow human. He seemed more like a disgusting monster without any reason or emotion. Dark, profound hatred had taken root in the hole where his emotions once resided. The crescent grin on his face was so terrifying that it felt like she was looking at the sight of the Grim Reaper as it came down on her neck.
なぜだ。
Glaring at him once again, she asked the same question. However, the meaning of this why was different. She wanted to know why he hated
夜店
her.
時のお前は裏切り者ではない。ただの仇でしかない。あの日お前がそそのかしたのか、黒船が引き入れたのか、そんなことは些細な問題だ。せめて最後は飾り立ててやるべきだったかもしれないが、私にとってお前はただの敵。そう、敵は滅ぼしてしまえ。それは全くどこまでも人がましい結論だとは思わないかね。お前たちがやったように。
なぜ。
That's what she asked about the cause. Why had he chosen to target her life? There was no point in trying to understand the source of his hatred. There was no escape for her. Tokino's life had most likely come to an end. However, she didn't give up. Hiding her frustration, she continued the conversation by looking for an opening that did not currently exist. An opening to reach the device near her legs. Shinri Narita was a monster fueled by revenge. A man like him couldn't be allowed to exist. He had the arrogance to destroy the Academy and mankind's future over personal sentiment, which she couldn't tolerate. Tokino was aware of many reasons why someone could hate her. She proudly trampled over many things. Men, women, children, the elderly, the innocent, the wicked, the strong, the weak, the flawed, the justice, society, and morality. She'd crushed all those underfoot in her quest for a brighter future, and she didn't regret her actions one bit. If there was something she regretted, it was letting Shinri Narita, this ticking time bomb, enter the Academy. It was a mistake that had to be righted, even if it cost her her life.
それでは幕引きだ。夜店時の7年かけた舞台のクライマックス、最後の問いをするとしよう。あの日のことを覚えているか。それともとうに忘れてしまっただろうか。
7 years ago. Those words were the key. Tokino finally reached the truth and fully understood what this man was.
なぜ。
That was why she asked that question in a shivering voice. Shinri Narita's true identity was a person who simply couldn't be alive. The truth had made her eyes widen. This man simply grinned callously in response. That was her moment. Tokino reached for the device on the ground with her left hand, drawing the man's attention to it. On realizing her plan, the man aimed his gaze there as well. But her left hand was just bait. All along, she'd been trying to pull something out of her laptop with her right hand. A P-2000. Before the muzzle of her gun reached her enemy, she was overtaken by the P-8 focused on her brow. The shot was far too silent. that another bloody act had ended.
罪には罰を、ふさわしき鉄槌を。かくして復讐は果たされ、第二幕は終わる。さらばだ。裏切りをささやいた魔女よ。地獄でいずれ行く黒船を待つがいい。
成田様、次の舞台の準備も手はず通りに進んでおります。
第3幕の開演も近い。頼んだぞ、騎士や。
Two remained. The grand finale of a 7-year-long revenge tragedy was close at hand. After discussing our next step with Hisha, I returned to the academy without getting spotted by anyone. It's the route I'd used many times before, but I didn't let that get to my head and carefully slipped through the tight security layers to enter the walled area. All that was left was to return to the dorm as if nothing had happened.
成田、そこで一体何をしてるのですか？
Surprise almost stopped, not just my mind, but heart as well. I was on high alert, but I just heard a voice from up close that seemed to have snuck up on me.
鳩が豆食ってるような顔していますが、自分、質問しているのです。聞こえていますか？成田。
It took a lot of effort to hide my shock. She was talking the same as she always did. But that was what made it unbearable. Like, I don't know why it's Eru that I constantly, like, mispronounce. First, it's, like, Takizawa instead of Takazaki. Now it's Eru-Route instead of Eru. Listen, lass, I'm sorry.
はい。
Whoops.
自分はエル
Despite my
です。
best efforts, my voice came out a bit hoarse. But you blame me. There was no way for her to be there at that time. Indeed, she was the one and only crown and knight of the insignia, Eru Takazaki. It was already past midnight. The students weren't allowed to wander around past 8 in the evening. I was in no position to complain, but her being there was a violation of the rules. And even if you put such a minor problem aside, she should not have been able to approach me. It sharpened my senses to avoid the gaze of the academy. So how had you reached me undetected? Eru Takazaki did not have much of a presence, but I was not slow enough to miss her. I could have sworn that I didn't feel anyone within a 20-meter radius. What was this girl then? A ghost?
しまった。
I was faced with a problem far worse than the question of why she was
戻
there.
ってきた場面を。
Little seemed worse than getting spotted after murdering Tokino Yomise. The academy would learn of her demise before dawn, and Eru would learn of it sooner than later. Tokino's sudden death and Shinri Narita leaving during the night. Connecting those two things was as simple as twisting the arm of a baby. It was far too early for Shinri Narita's identity to be exposed. A revenge tragedy could not come to such an abrupt end.
ならばどうするべきなのだ。問うまでもない。ただ一つのなすべきことを果たさんと願うなら、一体何を決断しなければならないか。
I had to erase.
何を迷うことがある。成田真理のなすべきことにおいて、それは最もあるべき形。あらゆるものを復讐の炎にくべる薪にしろ。
Ada was only 3 meters away and completely defenseless. Even a hamster in a cage would have been more alert. She not only didn't try to run, but she didn't even consider the possibility of an attack. Sadly, it concentrated my strength in my right hand. I was a mere half step away from her. Weeping her life was as simple as strangling a puppy. If I didn't do it, I would never get the chance to kill the last.
バカなことを。
That was my initial assumption, but I discarded the idea. She wasn't an enemy who impeded my path. She was entirely unrelated to it, so killing her for my own gain would have brought Shinri Narita down to the level of my targets. There was certainly hypocrisy, considering the very act of revenge brought nothing but calamity. With every target killed, more grief and grudges spread. A single death was like a ripple. Revenge never just ended with the murder of the target. No matter how hard they tried, avengers and their targets were birds of a feather. They were monsters that had burned human emotion and sanity to sate their anger. I would be resolved to accept that.
成田真理は 己の敵以外に振り向ける刃を持ち合わせてはならない。
That was the only means to prevent the solemn prayer of revenge from becoming more bloodshed and tragedy comparable to what happened 7 years ago. I accepted that no matter what results and pain it would bring. If I hadn't, my revenge would have been rendered meaningless. Letting Eru approach me was my own mistake. Did you deserve to pay for it with her life? No.
いや、あまりに心地よい夜だったのでね。少しばかり散歩に出ていたのだよ。ほら、見てみたまえ。今夜の月はまた格別の輝きだ。
今、ちょうど雲かかって月ナッシングです。
In an attempt to sweep away my silly blunder, I pointed above. However, when I looked up, I noticed that there was indeed a thick curtain of clouds.
誠に残念なことだね。
いつぞやの外へ出るルートですか。無断外出で策に見つかると、きっと無残になりますよ。発見したのが自分で幸いでしたね。もちろん、見返りは必要ですが。
安心したまえ。私は恩には愛を、悪には裁きをもって答える主義なのだから。
愛とか意味不明なものは不要です。形のある貢ぎ物を出せ。
植物的なことだね、高崎エル。愛こそが豊かな人間を作るというのに残念だ。では、飴はどうだろ
う。そんなもので、この自分が。まあいいでしょう。
Like last time, she took the piece of candy I gave her, threw it in her mouth, and started licking it with an emotionless expression.
レロレロ。
ところで、君こそこんなところで何をしているのだね。
自分、夜歩き好きなので。
Revealed her hand like it meant nothing. She looked nearly emotionless, but she wasn't exactly the expressive type, except that was her usual state. I could tell that she wasn't being completely honest, but chose not to question her any further. We all had our secrets.
では、徘徊者同士、バレないうちに寮へ戻るとしよ
う。明暗です。戻りましょう。
I had to prepare myself. She knew Narita would soon be exposed due to that encounter. There was still only one thing I had to do. I need to see my revenge tragedy through to the very end. It was impossible to enter the dorm through the proper entrance after curfew. The lock was one reason, but doors and windows all over the academy were being monitored. Even if we returned while avoiding running into other people, our entry would still be recorded. Thus, we returned in secret through my room's window. It was being monitored as well, but since I tinkered with it, there would be no recordings. Like I'd planned, I sadly returned through the window, took a shower, and prepared to go to sleep.
部屋に戻らないのかね。
Oops.
少々思うところがありますので、ここで夜を明かすことにしました。いえ、自分のことは気にせず、小さく愛らしい抱き枕と思っておいてください。
Eru Takazaki had invaded Shinri Narita's bed. I didn't know what she was thinking, but it didn't seem like she planned to leave. Something like this had happened before. At times she tried to find my weakness, but I wasn't certain what this was all about.
ここを追い出されては行くところがありません。部屋の鍵を忘れてきて。
That seemed like a bald-faced lie, but it was grounded in reality. The locks in our rooms were electronic and could only be opened by the mobile device that functioned as both a key and a student ID. As long as you had the device, you would have no problem entering or exiting your room, even if it was past your curfew. However, things were different if you left without permission at night. That was against the Academy's rules. All students had to keep their ID and reality interface with them at all times, but they conveyed student location data to administration. So it wasn't something you could bring when you were going out without permission. It was only obvious that Eru, who'd gone out at night against regulations, had left hers behind.
どうやって寮に戻ってくるつもりだったのだね。
Without the device, she not only couldn't have returned to her room, but she couldn't have even walked past the gate at the dorm's entrance. Eru's expression didn't change, but...
ほう。
つまり散歩に出たのはいいが、後のことは何も考えていなかったと。
失敬な。何をおっしゃいますやら、さつまいもさん。いいですか？自分はクラウン1の作詞。その程度のこと、すべて計算通りに決まっているのです。
乙女の言うことであれば、私は何の疑いもなく信用しよう。 ところで成り行きに任せた高崎エル、なぜさつまいもなのだね。
地域の名産品、
もちろん可憐な乙女に信頼を明け渡すのは
地域の名産品ですので、じゃがいもより強いのです。それよりも、ペットの話をしましょう。
もちろん可憐な乙女に信頼を明け渡すのは全くやぶさかではないのだが。
では、良いですね。いえいえ、明け渡してもらって独占などとは言いません。さあ、いざ、かかってまいれ。
I tried to excuse myself by bringing up the ancient wisdoms that boys and girls above the age of 7 should never sleep together, but Eru, as capricious as she was, didn't listen. While on my bed, she raised her hands like a boxer.
Come on.
Had she suspected me as some for sneaking out of the academy? Was that her way of trying to learn my secret? It was possible, but I couldn't read her. She had an appearance as dignified as a porcelain doll, but her actions were far more like those of a whimsical cat, making her hard to read. It was rather evident that she had some ulterior motive, but her attitude made it hard to take negatively. Couldn't even bring myself to chase her out at that point. She claimed to be the crown's tactician, so that might have been some sort of plot. Was I wrong to assume that it was very haphazard? Eru Takazaki was Saku's little knight. I knew that from the start, but I was more aware than ever that she was quite unlike most people, and I'd seen my share of oddballs.
君は謎多き乙女だね。
エロスな野郎にとって、女は永遠に謎めいた存在なのです。ところで、明日も授業がありますが、まだ寝ないのですか？
同感だ。健康のためにも休むとしよう。ベッドは君に任せて、私は
てや！
She clung to my left arm like a koala. Making her let go was a simple task, but strangely enough, I couldn't bring myself to do
自
it.
分をバカにすると地獄に落ちます。
レディーにこうまで挑まれ引き下がったのでは、成田真理の名誉にも関わる。いいとも、高崎エル。君の挑戦を受けて立と
う。わかればいいのです。
I felt slightly defeated, but we had no trouble falling asleep together. It was a peaceful, dreamless sleep that reminded me of the distant past.
驚く顔を初めて見た。場違いな思考が上滑りして、珍しいものを見たと感じている。赤い色だ。どこまでも激しい色。視覚が捉えた意識の色彩は燃え立つようだった。夕日のような、夕日とは違う赤。どちらもさまつ。際は何の意味も生じさせない。自分にとってなすべきことは一つ。優先されるべきはコマンドだ。それ以外は検討するにも値しない。なのに、脳裏を過ぎるのは身に蓄えたどうでもいい雑学の一つ。英語で血の色を表現するときは、クリムゾンやその他の単語と違って、単純にレッドを用いる。だから、これはレッドだ。赤い色。凍りついた表現のような心の上、思考はあらぬ方向へと滑ってゆく。
Eru had left my room early in the morning before anyone else woke up. She probably intended to wait for Saku in the living room. If you ever got into the rare situation of being locked out of your room without your device, you had to ask Saku to manage the dome to lend you her master key. I walked out of the living room a bit later than usual to avoid any unnecessary questioning, and found the place as lively as ever.
成田に続いて大義まで同じ量とか、それどこのエロゲですか？大義のボンボン、時々自分の眼乳を横目で眠めつけています。もうダメです。犯される。調教される。
それはないと思う。
何ですか？根拠あるんですか？あのボンボン、実は女子は趣味じゃないとか。
I mean, we can assume that since his maids are actually male, as we found out.
別にそういうわけじゃなくて、なんとなくかな。
Really was just like always. I thought that yesterday's events would have changed things at least a little. The dawn of a new day felt so typical that it made me yawn. The grounds had a certain degree of power over how the academy was run. Theory was far from useless, but in the end it was just that, theory. Chairman Kurofune Mikado believed that knowledge without experience was worth little. Thus, the crowns were obligated to participate in monthly administration meetings. Of course, they even had the right to voice their opinions, which made it quite a heavy responsibility.
成田もクラウンに加わってくれればいいのに。
冗談だろ
Tamo, who sat at Saku's side, had her head on the desk as she gulped down a yawn. She wasn't good at handling formal events, so every day before the meeting, she wandered around the dome looking like a cat about to be forced to bathe.
でも去年ぐらいからスクールの学生も増えてきたし、やることも多いから4人だと大変だよ。
だからって成田はねえよ。
Soroko treated Narita with kid gloves due to her feelings for him, while Tamo acted harsh due to their clash on his first day. Saku sighed, realizing yet again how complicated the world was.
人間関係って厄介よね。エル、何かいい手はないかしら。
この高崎エルに会心の策超あり。うるさいヤンキーと変態成田をラブラブにしたら一挙に解決。ヤンキーをツンデレキャラにクラスチェンジさせましょう。
Actually, that's the only route thus far where Kurofune Mikado was murdered. So, that is kind of the worst possible outcome for Saku, as far as we know. Edo's face remained as composed as ever.
それっていいかも。
Wait, why is Sorako down for this?
よくねえよ。俺が成田とラブラブとか考えただけでも吐き気とめまいが止まらねえから。
そっかな。
Tamo got all serious and aggressive. Sorako tilted her head in wonder, and Eru side-eyed them with an emotionless face.
ソラコ、もう少しジェラってほしいところです。変態は私のだからダメなの。とか。そして修羅場展開がおすすめ。
私の頭が痛くなるから、そんなの進めないで。
Time passed by as they idly chatted amongst themselves.
そろそろ時間よ。さあ、ふざけるのはここまで。
Saku's expression shifted, making it look dead serious. The other three fixed their posture and waited for the meeting to begin. People whose faces they'd seen many times ended first. The chairman still hadn't arrived, but the lecturers and the main people from the research building were already in the room. They were all individuals with the authority to decide which path the academy would take next.
あれ？
どうかしたのか、サク。
時の先生、遅いわね。
Don't worry, she's just on paid leave. You don't have to worry about it. She won't be back for like a year, maybe 2. Don't really have she's probably gonna be on paid leave until all of you graduate. Saku furrowed her brow and looked around the meeting room. Front row seats reserved for Tokino Yomi said the second in command at the academy remained empty.
時の先生、時間に遅れたことなんて。
もうすぐ会議が始まりますよ。
As Eru looked at the clock, a new lecturer walked in. It wasn't Tokino Yomise, but Sento Shishike. He had a stern expression and seemed rather alarmed. There's been murder done! The early summer sky was bright and blue, mixed with the white cumulonimbus clouds at a distance and created a beautiful image. It had been approximately 2 weeks since Mitri Kabutoyama left the academy and Tagi Mikado joined the Etoiles. I had honestly grown quite used to this place. Casually walked around the grounds before the first lecture of the day.
あれ、例の転校生だろ。あんな奴と目を合わせるな。 ブラウンに堂々と喧嘩売るようなやつだぞ。相手にするんじゃない。
Found the voices of the students who were enjoying themselves in the garden quite pleasant. I also realized that sitting in the shade of the tree and breathing in the cool air of the area would have felt rather nice. In order to think calmly, I needed to have a degree of clarity. Like Moses miraculously parting the Red Sea, I crossed the academy grounds to arrive at the tree I'd set my eyes on. The shade of the tree was carpeted in short grass, with purplish clovers peeking out.
四つ葉でも探してみせるのが粋というものかな。
Pretending to explore, I checked the state of the academy's security. Seemingly unchanged hallways of the school were full of hurrying teachers, as though they felt a storm brewing. It was hard to say I'd encountered no problems thus far. After all, I'd made a grave error the previous night. However, that couldn't be undone, so I had no choice but to hurry to the remaining acts. New message icon arrived on the AR of the RI I had to wear. It was a message informing all students to gather in the grand classroom. First period lecture was cancelled, and the Academy's 200-odd HMIs gathered in the grand classroom on the second floor. It was rare for this many people to gather. This room was gigantic, but there were almost no open seats.
夜店ミストレスが事故に巻き込まれ到着が遅れている。本日中の復帰は難しいということだ。
Yeah, running late. Because Mr. Shishkai said that it was a mere accident, the reactions present remained rather mild.
時の先生が事故。そっか。それで朝の会議は中止になったんだ。大丈夫かな。大したことないといいけど。
She died due to complications with the accident. We can't let the fact that she got moided out.
そんなのいらねえ心配だって。あの人が事故ぐらいで大事になるわけねえだろ。
While Soka worried about Miss Tokino, Tamo casually reassured her despite her head being down on the desk. Soroko nodded, had her understanding Tamo's intentions or agreeing that she was right. Fully agreed with Tamo myself. Tokino Yomise wasn't a woman who would have been affected by a mere accident. Well, it was not
カ
a
リキュラ
mere
ムの混
accident.
乱を避けるため、本日は各自寮で自習とする。寄り道はせず、速やかに自室に戻るように。
The stern and cliche words Mr. Shishkai concluded with made some in the class snicker. To those who transferred into the academy, normal student life must have seemed nostalgic.
時の先生いないからっていきなり休校ってのもなんか唐突だよな。
そうかな。僕はそんなに気にならないけど。
There were probably others who shared Tamo's opinion. No matter how crucial Tokino Yomise was to the academy, it didn't make sense that her running late affected the schedule of the entire curriculum. However, most of the students didn't question too much and began preparing to return to their rooms, wearing faces that lacked any hint of seriousness.
ところで、サクとエルの姿が見えないようだが、どうかしたのかね。
会議終わった後、サクが急に体調崩しちゃって寮に戻ってる。エルちゃんも午前中ついてるって。
体は全ての元になる。大事にしなければならないね。
There was another who wasn't present, but I didn't have to ask the reason why he was missing. Taigi Mikado. Early that morning, he'd left the dorm to some urgent business, and I hadn't seen him since. A message he'd sent to Solako said he planned to skip lectures because of personal reasons. However, I knew full well what his personal business was. He and the chairman were most likely dealing with the aftermath of last night's accident, as well as discussing how to best move forward. Their decisions mattered little, however. No matter what they chose, had an advantage as long as my identity remained hidden. The shortest path between the school building and the dorm involved taking the large stairs to the inner garden and passing to the rose garden. The reason why I chose a different path than normal was last night's events. Fitting a place for nobles, the academy was well maintained. This passage and the school building's hallway were regularly cleaned by automatic cleaning devices, so even something around my foot looked... So even everything around my feet looked spotless. Due to its immaculate nature, it was easy to notice a girl sitting there all by her lonesome.
このような場所で何をしているのかね、高崎エル。
Why the H?
今、名前を漢字で呼びましたね。ブッブブー。減点です。
For a split second, I felt like I saw someone completely unlike Eru superimposed on her. And I'd felt that before. Shaking the delusion away, I finally noticed that my right hand had subconsciously touched the lapis lazuli on my chest. The lust would never return. I knew that well, so I was still haunted by such absurd delusions. Pushing aside the obstructive sentiment, I recomposed the usual Shindri Narita.
もしかするとそれはかの有名な交換ポイントというやつかね。私は今何点持っているのだろう。
マイナス273.15点ですね。船最高と覚えてください。
Picture the river was instantly freezing solid. I don't know why, but her heart felt very cold in that moment, to put it mildly.
落ち込んで膝を抱えるなら実質でやる方が邪魔も入らず心の整理がしやすくないんだろうか。
へこみアピールうぜ、マジうぜ、ですか。自分のうざ力はまだまだこんなものではありませんよ。
Eru puffed out her chest in pride, but I failed to understand why. Because it wasn't much of a chest. It wasn't much of a chest to puff. She was as well endowed as she was rich in emotion.
脳ある鷹は爪を隠すと。
そうです。こんなのパンツ並みのチラ見せです。
It's like a pin.
そういうことならついてきたまえ、エル。
かな。正解です。
I raised an eyebrow, told her to accompany me, and returned towards the dorm. Eru clearly wondered where we were going, but she didn't question it, just followed me. Normally she would have said something to try to stir me up, but she seemed to actually be upset about something. I divided a person to follow me, which was quite a rarity, if I said so myself. The person in question is Eru Takazaki, the source of the last night's failure. Once again, I subconsciously touched my lapis lazuli. Eru always made me think of my late sister. Is that why I was so concerned about her? They were nothing alike.
最近、サコの様子がおかしいです。
As we walked, Eru began half complaining to me. Apparently Saku had started to leave her alone, hung out with her less, and even got in a fight with Eru. That appeared to be why she was so sullen, but it was unlike the Insignia's honest little knight. Still unlike the Insignia's honest little knight. That was actually the first time I heard her criticize Saku in any way.
サクは今朝体調を崩したと聞いた。私から見ても最近の彼女は少し無理をしすぎだ。疲れが溜まっているのではないのかね。
今朝のことを一体どこから。さては、空子が機密を漏らしやがったんですね。おしゃべり天然には内緒話通じないから
情報の漏洩元は正解だが、空子もサクを心配してのことだよ。責めないでやってほしい。
まあ、いいでしょう。成田の言う通り、最近の策は過労気味なのはマジです。それなのに、どこかへ出て行こうとして。
Eru had tried to stop her and it ended in a fight.
今朝のことかね。
今の話を聞いてなかったんですか？成田。
無理をして講義に出ようとした。
行き先は教えてくれませんでした。講義に行くという感じじゃありませんでしたけど。
Today's lectures were just cancelled, but if that didn't happen, we would have had the standard curriculum. Saku Otanashi was a model student. Why would she force herself to go after skipping out of lectures? Why didn't she tell Eru anything? Was it related to Tokino Yomise? Did you realize something before the academy?
サクはあの通り思い定めれば揺るがないたちだ。君にも行き先は言えないが、それでも行かねばならない場所があったのだろうね。
転校生のくせにサクのことを知ったような口聞きやがるとは超最悪です。
やはり乙女心の謎は日本海溝よりも深いのだね。
Isn't it usually the Mariana Trench? I went to my room in the dome and let Eru in and invited her to take a seat.
座ってくつろいでいてくれたまえ。
座って座って座りまくります。
Sat at the sofa, she used a cushion on the floor. Looking down at her made me realize just how tiny she was. She was playing with the roundish stuffed toy. I guess she'd taken a liking to it the previous time she'd visited.
成田にしてはセンスのいいものを持っています。
シア、君もあった私の次女から地元では一家に一台あるトーテム的風習だと聞いて渡されたものなのだよ。
さすがはプロのメイドさん、目の付けどころが違います。一家に一台かは知りませんが、幸次郎くんはすだちをモチーフにした地元のスターなのです。
すだちなのか。
The roundish shape, short limbs. Well, it did resemble a sudachi. I didn't know why they'd name it Little Kojiro. Local customs were often rather absurd. Ancient philosophers left behind deep saying that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I always placed my own creed above all else, but I didn't mind following the local rules in that specific case.
私はコーヒー党なのだが、君も同じでいいかね。
There was a miniature kitchen in every room in this dorm. I rarely used mine, but I was accustomed to boil a drink for your guests. Suddenly, Eru reached for my laptop.
PC の電源に勝手に触れないように。
他人の PC の画面に指紋を
やめたまえ。
Cease. That basically I just says cease. Quickly pulled my laptop away and placed it on the closet where she couldn't reach it. She tried to steal it back for quite a while before finally giving up and sitting back down on the cushion and playing with little Koshiro. She was in the exact same position as before. In fact, her movements were almost as mechanical as a factory. How bizarre. She makes a mechanical precision with chaotically whimsical character. Eru Takazaki really was hard to gauge. I set a filter on the dripper, put some ground coffee in, and poured hot water from the pot over it, making a nice smell fill the room.
飲みたまえ。
飲みたまいます。
Handed her a mug filled with coffee. She instantly drank the sugarless, milkless, amber-colored fluid. Something like that. The next moment, she sprayed it out. Straight on my face, too. It was really hot.
まずいまずい。今未来細胞が5万死んだ。何ですかこれは。泥水完全エミュレーションですか。苦虫をイメージした夏のオリジナルドリンクですか。
なんという許しがたい言動。これは私が西の土地で現地の老兵から教わった由緒正しきコーヒー。それをここまで貶められるとは。
I used the tissue to wipe off the black hot liquid and her saliva.
そんな洗浄コーヒー、平成日本に持ち込んで人気獲得できると思ってるとは。超へそで紅茶を沸かして飲めばいいのです。大体何です、この荘園の香りのしそうなカップは。
しそうなではないのだよ。このマグカップは3年前。あれはまだ私が。
キャッカキャーカ中東の傭兵国家の戦場っぽいもの聞こえてきそうな汗臭い過去回想は断じてノーサンキューです。
Eru suddenly pursed her lips, clenched her fists, and rose to her feet.
もう我慢なりません。こんなものコーヒーではありません。
今入れたコーヒー。
排水口へシュー。
First she'd sprayed coffee on me, then she'd salted it, and now she took the coffee I made for myself and poured it into the sink. How unjust! How vile! Stainless steel sink emitted a shrill metallic sound as though joining me in protest. Then, despite me not asking, she began preparing what she described as real coffee. I watched her work from behind. From what I could tell, she seemed quite skilled.
最初にコーヒー全体を湿らせ、それから一気に湯を注ぐのがコツです。
よく聞く話ではあるが、そんなに違うのかね。
他にも気をつけるべきところはたくさんありますが、割愛します。そして、こちらが完成品になります。
It represented real coffee, going hot, hot, hot as she handed me the cup. Based on the heat of the cup, she must have filled it with hot water and warmed it up before pouring the coffee. Ada herself seemed to be a fan of black coffee, so I took a sip without putting any sugar or milk in.
まさかこの味は。
何リットルちびりましたか？
濃厚な香りの中から舌を刺す苦味と酸味。味わいは匂いに負けず濃密。だが後口はさっぱりとしている。これはなかなか見事な手並み。
当然です。
The praise made Edo fold her hands and puff her chest out as though she was going to do a bridge, but instead she leaned back as far as her head, so far that her head actually hit the floor. Based on the sound, it must have hurt quite a bit. She couldn't lift herself back up with her abdominal muscles alone, so she sluggishly put her hands on the floor and used them to return to an upright position before puffing her chest out again in a more reserved manner. I wasn't sure how to respond. Her actions were of a realm far beyond my understanding.
本物のコーヒーというのは透き通って濁りなく、ローストの香り、深い苦味と淡い酸味、それから豆の甘みがコンクリート車の中身のように混ざり合ったものなのです。
What's with the concrete jail?
それは二度と口にしたくなくなる表現ではないかね。
死ぬほど味わって飲むがよい。
She truly brewed a delicious coffee. It was easily in the top 5 I'd ever tasted. I knew that food and drink could change drastically with just a little bit of knowledge and skill, but I didn't know there was such a master nearby. It made me notice that she was considerate of techniques and details and had sensitive taste buds coupled with a fixation of what satisfied them. It was something I would have expected the capricious girl who did whatever she wanted and went where the wind blew her. Perfect example of the fact that every human being had hidden layers to them. I also noted that sitting in front of her like that, while silently drinking coffee together, felt quite pleasant, save for the taste and scent of the coffee. Bitterness covered my mouth, overwhelming me with a sense of nostalgia. Couldn't help but remember scenes that had been burnt to ash. Holding my cup in my hands, I looked at Eru as she drank her coffee. It reminded me of the little girl who stayed by my side all those years ago. Most despite the fact that Eru didn't resemble her in terms of her face, silhouette, age, or just about everything else. It was a scene I'd forgotten once over the past 7 years, an immense tragedy marked by bloodshed and flame. But it felt like I'd reminisced about it in such a But it felt like I'd never reminisced about it in such a relaxed manner before. While I was lost in thought, enjoying the sweet aftertaste, Eru tried to touch my laptop again. Next to the closet, I saw a chair that she'd obviously placed to use as a platform.
やめたまえ。
他人の PC のフォルダ名をロリ画像に変更しまくるのが趣味なんですが。
My fucking god, she's a troll! She is such a troll!
さらにやめたまえ。
I enjoyed having her around, but her penchant for going through people's belongings was an ever-present danger. It was probably a good idea to put some distance between us.
さて、そろそろ落ち着いたことだろう。それを飲んだら自室へ戻りたまえ。本日は休校だが、各学生は部屋で自習せよとのことだ。
うさぎさんは寂しいと死んでしまうと聞いたことありませんか？
それは迷信だ。ではサクの部屋へでも行きたまえ。
あの部屋には自爆霊が出るので無理です。TNT 火薬1トン分の破壊力です。
自爆違いだろう。では空子にでも相手をしてもらうというのはどうかね。
あの部屋にはトラップが仕掛けてあります。思わずサウンドオブミュージック歌いながら国境を越えるほどの恐ろしい罠が。
I assumed she'd wished to avoid Saku due to the tension between them, but she suddenly claimed that even Sorako wouldn't do.
では玉尾のところなら。
あの部屋はヤンキーがいます。
そこだけ本当のことだな。
Can't really argue there.
ヤンキーは怖いですからね。開口を発しながら空を飛び、酸の体液を垂らしますし、夜な夜な袋をそっくりの声で泣きますし。
私が以前に聞いたヤンキーと違うな。
Apparently she wished to remain in my room. Still holding little Kojiru, she completely relaxed and made herself comfortable. Cats usually prefer their homes above all else, but apparently the tension in the air made her feel comfortable in her own room. Uncomfortable in her own room, so she decided to use mine instead.
この部屋はテレビすらないんですか。PC 触れないというのに。漫画は？
ない。
漫画というタイトルの漫画を寝そべって読んでゲラゲラ笑いたいのに。畜生、世の中腐ってやがる。バッカ。
ないものはない。それなら他の部屋。
寝そべって読んだらパンチラスポット大発生ですよ。仰向けかうつ伏せか選ぶ権利も与えますよ。
必要ない、需要もない。私は放漫の生成を信じて信仰しているのだよ。君の平坦に未来はあるが、成田真理が愛すべきは少なくとも現在ではないのだ。
As the sea of words travel in one ear and out the other.
つまんねえ部屋です。クモの巣張れ。
She complained, but showed no will to leave. Instead, she started kicking her legs like a child throwing a tantrum. Chasing out seemed rather difficult. Perhaps it was best to let her stay and just observe her. It was unlikely that she would start searching through my things as long as I remained on guard. I had the option of forcing her out, but I chose not to. Sharing the same space with that whimsical cat-like girl felt strangely pleasant. It was up to me, but I approved. And so I decided to at least move behind her. Get a good look at her panties. God fucking damn it. A few days had passed. Over that period of time, 3 major changes occurred in the academy, with the first being the announcement of Tokino Yumisa's death in an accident. Miss Tokino wasn't only an important lecturer, but also a leading figure in HMI research. The effect of her death was equal to that of an explosive act of terrorism. There was no end to the secret feuds for her position. The lecturers were actually hit harder by her death than the students, and they expressed it openly and covertly. It seemed it would take a while before they calmed down. The second change was the fact that right after Tokino's death, Sorako Katsuragi had collapsed. Oh, yikes.
空子はしばらく戻れないと思う。いや、重病というわけじゃない。少し、そう、落ち着くまで時間がかかりそうというだけさ。
Everything is breaking down. Taigi knew her circumstances, told that she was being kept in the research building's infirmary.
学友として彼女の一日も早い回復を祈っているよ。
僕もだ。
I was confident that he was being honest. As for the third change,
ドナウモンの道具で何が欲しい？
Eru suddenly jumped out in front of me. I'd heard Hishia speak of Tonaumon. It was an immensely popular comic known to just about everyone in Japan. It was safe to call it a classic even. It was about a savage robot that came from Donau Delta and that focused on his endeavors to create all sorts of trouble using the gadgets from his 13th dimension pouch.
って聞いて、スペアポシェとかモシモボルボックスと答えるやつは確実につまらない人間ですね。成田はどうですか？
I'd read some volumes from Hishia's collection for research purposes. I hadn't gotten a solid enough foundation to fully grasp it, but I recalled the contents itself.
私は時々間違えて出てくるスルメだな。
おお、マニアックチョイス来ました。さすが成田。変態、ド変態。
そこまで褒めることはないのだよ。私が偉大なのは今更言うまでもないことだ。スルメはいい。実に歯ごたえのあるやつだからね。
Eru liked my answer enough to latch onto my arm. She was as flat as ever, but I very much enjoyed the softness. A few days ago, Eru started occasionally visiting my room and coming at me like a needy cat in the class. She got in my way or annoyed me every now and then, but overall it was fun to have her. However, there were some onlookers who watched her reasoned actions in horror.
おい、エル、どうした？悪いもんでも食べたのか？頭に虫とか湧いてないよな。
仲良きことは美しきなのよ。
Tama was shaking, clearly straining herself, while Sakura looked on with a face that even she didn't understand before. With a face that even she didn't understand before, weakly shaking her head. Basically, they were surprised and disturbed by our friendship. Honestly, I was surprised myself, so I don't really have a good explanation.
僕なら着せ替えデジカメかな。メイド服を配給しよう。老若男女の区別なく全ての人類に世界が平和になりますように。
Taigi broke the silence, shattering the ominous aura. He rarely joined in on conversations since he preferred to be an observer, so that was a surprise.
老若男女。時として博愛主義は歓迎できません。メイドおじいちゃんとか信じゃぬすぎです。
ひらひらとたなびく裾ほど素晴らしいものは稀だよ。そこには男女も老いも若きもないと思う。
He's a maid maniac, or a maidiac, if you will. I hate myself for making that joke.
おじいちゃんカチューシャとかは新しい世界の芽生えとしてはいけるかもしれません。
I don't want to see
ど
that.
ういう話を噛み合わせんだよ、お前ら。
It's a cursed one. What did Taigi Mikado intend? I refuse to believe that he'd merely joined in on our idle chatter. Kurofune and Taigi should have already realized the meaning behind Toki no Yomi's death. He would have realized that someone who was after them at the academy was already nearby, so...
ところで話は変わるんだが噂を聞いたよ。
Ah, no, the exchange was just a segue for this. Taigi's smile vanished as I felt him peer at me with a gaze that seemed to coil around me. I was observing my reactions. It seemed like he'd accepted Toki no Yomi's death, but what was his plan? The proper course of action was to leak information on the spot of the accident, which is something no student could have known, and observe how I reacted. In that case, my biggest worry was Eru Takazaki. Taigi talked about the circumstances surrounding Toki no Yomi's death. She would likely begin to suspect Shinri Narita. That was the result of my own failure, and I was ready to accept it. However, the wait for that, what Taigi said next still made me tense enough that sweat formed on my back.
近いうちに野外実証試験が行われそうだ。
Yeah, that sounds completely out of left field.
どういうこと？そんな話聞いてないわよ。
野外実証試験、初めて聞くな。
そっか、成田はまだ知らなかったわね。
俺たちクラウンが学外に出るんだよ。県の対策本部からの要請を受けて。
HMI を学園外で活動させるとは、よく行政の許可が下りるものだね。
仕方ありません。やるのはスライダーへの対応ですから。
Sliders. I heard about them in a recent lecture. They were essentially HMIs who had gone berserk. Hold on, my fucking... My toes felt really annoyingly stiff, so I had to crack them real quick. It's never pleasant. It's never pleasant. Like the second I can't just crack it with using my foot alone, I know it won't be pleasant. But hey, I gotta do it. Because otherwise it'll just feel off the entire fucking day. Since they were an abnormality and a poison amidst standard society, stronger beings of the same order had to deal with them. Beings like the Crowns and other 12 grade HMIs.
ということは、外で新しく HMI が発見されたが、運悪く適正にかけ、スライダー化していた。ということかな。
所詮噂だから、僕にも詳しくはわからない。
大義が噂というのなら、多分当たってるんでしょうね。
お褒めに預かり光栄だけど、明日のことは明日になってみなければわからないよ。ただ、これも噂だが、今回はクラウンだけではなく、プルミエール級以上の HMI 全てが対象になるらしい。
大げさですね。エトワールとプルミエール、両方合わせれば50人近いですよ。それを野外実証試験とは。 町に戦車を乗り込ませるようなものです。
そんなこと今まで一度もなかったのに。どういうこと？スライダーはこれまでだって私たちクラウンで問題なく処理してきたわ。それなのに一言の相談もなく学生の動員を進めていくなんて。
何もかもまだ噂だよ。
そうね、ごめんなさい。あなたに当たっても仕方ない。でも一体どうして急にそんな大げさなことをして、万一何かあったらどうするつもりなのよ。
I think that's what people are banking on. Frustrated expression on Saku's face was a rare sight. She was tense because the so-called anti-slider practical examinations were actually battles. There was no telling what could happen in them. Sliders would desperately resist, and adding inexperienced neophytes to the battle did nothing but increase the chance of unforeseen consequences. Doku no Yomi-san always left it to the crowds because she understood that the well-trained few were more powerful than the unwashed masses. Had this changed because Tokino died? Or was there some other reason?
今回は相手をロストしてしまったらしい。
それも噂かね。ロストということは見失ったと。
問題のスライダーはスクールの追跡を振り切り、当局の捜査の網にもかかっていない。だから人数を動員せざるを得ないらしい。
探すところから始めるんですか？
それなら納得できなくはないけど、クラウンのメンバーは創作向きの HMI とは言えないし。
結局どれもこれも噂で確かな話じゃないんだろ。実際そうなったらまた言ってくれ。
Tomo shook her hand and tried to leave the classroom, looking extremely bored.
タマオ、どこへ行くの？もうすぐ講義の開始よ。
野暮よ。適当に言い訳しといてくれよな。
タマオ、ちょっと待ちなさい。
Tomo dashed away before Saku stopped her. She tried to make it look casual, but her steps were hurried.
言ってしまったね。
身勝手ヤンキーの面目躍如です。
Tomo seemed almost impatient there. She tried to look normal, but her face looked as sharp as an unsheathed blade. What made her rush away like that? All the incidents over the past few days taking a toll on her?
もうタマオ、一体どういうつもりなの？
After spending a moment in thought, Saku gave in and did something on her device. It seemed she'd opened up the info layer to send a message to Tomo or check her coordinates. As long as she remained on the academy grounds, her position was being monitored and displayed on the open info layer. Most students used this feature daily to find each other, but Saku was averse to it because it felt like an invasion of privacy. She avoided it unless the situation called for it.
あれ？教室？まさかあの子。
Tomo's position, as displayed on the info layer, was this very classroom. The reason was obvious. She left her device inside the bag on the
タ
desk.
マオ、端末を忘れていったんですか？持ってないと連絡をつけるのは無理ですね。
忘れていった。
After that, she left behind in order to keep anyone from tracking her.
まったく。後で叱っておかないと。
成田、タマオの様子がいつもと違っているように見えなかったかい？
Tomo spoke softly, so that only I heard his
大義には
words.
そう見えたのかね。
気のせいかもしれない。何にせよ注意はしておいた方がいい。最近よからぬことが多いからね。
よからぬことというと、この学園内に変質者が出るとでも？もし変態が出たら怖いですね。あ、変態いた。
Eru overheard us and said that, faking surprise by looking at me. Puffed out my chest in pride as a response.
心配は無用だとも。たとえ変態にカテゴライズされるのだとしても、私は一向に構わず、自らの信じるところをなすだろう。
少しは構え。
ともかくこれ以上良くないことが起こらないよう祈るばかりだね。
After saying that, he puts on his usual gentle smile and ended the conversation. How suspicious. Seemed like Doki no Yomise was far more replaceable than I'd expected. Despite that fact, the Academy wasn't as shaken by her death as I'd anticipated. The hair-raising sensation on my neck was a reflex developed from having experienced many life-threatening events. Recognized it as a warning. It was a vague premonition that something was going to happen soon. However, now that a giant crack had formed in the Academy's defenses, there was a perfect opportunity for me to enact my revenge. Talking is hard.
ところで成田、イカの匂いについてですけど。
イカ。スルメの剣かね。スルメのスメルとは、これイカに。
うわ、寒い。そんなネタにもなってないネタを自慢げに。この男、最悪、超最悪です。
After joining the exchange, Eru sniffed around and reached for my device.
やめたまえ。
なんです ?JM、かっこおじいちゃんメイドのエロ写真を壁紙にしてるからですか？
残念ながら私の好みは女体だ。そう、海よりも深く女体を愛しているのだよ。女体は素晴らしい。そうは思わないかね。
エル、あまり成田に近づかないように。日常でもくれぐれも気をつけて。
She said that Saku's eyes were nothing if not serious.
という冤罪だろう。たとえ野獣になるとしても、成田真理の思考はもっと豊満なる生成に捧げているというのに。
Eru's body was akin to a well-paved road, which made it far from my ideal. With her, I could only enjoy the wabi-sabi of picturing how she would look.
万一の時にはためらわずに武器を使うこと。いいわ。
自分、慎重なタイプなので、良い変態と悪い変態くらいは見分けられます。ちなみに成田は最高に悪い変態。
最高という評価はいかなるものであれ、実に気持ちのいいものだね。
ダメでしょ、二人とも。
Saku sighed and returned to her seat. Her side profile looked somewhat sullen, and clearly not because of our nonsensical conversation. Mitri had left, Solak wasn't present, and Tamo had been wandering off on her own as of late. According to Eru, Saku also disappeared quite often. Felt like a huge crack had appeared in the peaceful times I'd experienced at the academy. That crack formed as a result of Shinri Narita's actions. I had no regrets, no matter what Tamo or anyone else did. Shinri Narita would do what he had to.
では、鍵石君、次のページを読んでもらえるか？
The lecture continued without issue. The only Saku sat on my red, but Eru had stolen her spot that day. Saku herself was to Eru's right. Eru usually sat one row ahead of us, and with Soraku and Tamo, but they were both absent, which may have prompted the move. But I didn't explain why she's taking Saku's seat. Was she planning something?
時にエル、私に何か要件があるのかね？
別にありませんが、なぜにそんな質問を？
ないなら構わない。
Tokino Yomi's death had been ruled an accident in public. However, Saku and Eru were crowned, so they took part in managing the academy. There was no guarantee that he didn't already know the actual truth. From appearances alone, I guessed that Eru had yet to connect Tokino's death to Shinri Narita.
ところで成田、左脇毛の本数を教えてください。
沿って0本にしておこう。
As usual, Eru was an incomprehensible oddball. Oddball. What? Oddball. Though clouded by a mist of anxiety, the day went by peacefully. Evening closed in on the skies. Evening closed in as the sky switched from blue to orange, or purple, orange to purple. from purple to black. In those days, the dorm's living room was lively at that hour. Some prepared dinner, while others just watched the large TV while engaging in idle chatter. That day, however, the only ones killing time here were Eru and I. Neither Tamao nor Saku had returned as of yet.
成田、コーヒーです。いらなければ自分が飲みます。
慎んでいただくとしよう。君の入れてくれるコーヒーは実に味わい深い。
I accepted the cup she'd so considerately prepared.
ちょうどいい機会なので尋ねるのだが、昼間スライダー対策の話題が出た。
はい。大義のボンボンが根も葉もない噂を聞きかじってきてましたね。
噂が本当なら、編入してから初の野外実証試験だ。私はエトワールだがクラウンではないので、詳しい説明は受けていないが、スライダー症の処理とはどうするのかね。
Sliders were HMIs, and such our legal system wasn't designed to deal with them. Even if they were found guilty of a crime, standard methods couldn't be used to capture and punish an HMI.
いいところに気がつきました。
Her voice sounded as motionless as ever, but she spoke like a lecturer.
詳しくは内緒です。知りたければクラウンのメンバーになって、野外実証試験に超出撃すれば OK。
釣れないことだ。
と言っても、別に命を奪ったりはしないです。それだけは、サクの名誉のために言っておきます。
I mean, Saku was the only one who dealt with sliders, presumably with her halo.
今はそれで納得しておこう。ところで、今日の食事はどうしたものだろうね。
サクと、一応ついでに、タマオが帰ってきてからにします。
She replied without hesitation. She didn't even seem to consider that they could have returned in the dead of night. I had the option of going to the cafeteria, but decided to follow the little knight's example and wait for the ones she served.
では一刻も早くサクが帰ってきてくれることを祈らねばならないな。
食堂行ってもいいですよ。
一人の食事は味気ないものではないかね。
じゃあ、おとなしく待っていやがれです。
I was used to solitude, but I couldn't help but feel that the living room had become quite desolate. Neither Tamao nor Saku returned before curfew. Losing my chance to have dinner, I returned to my room. As I lost myself in thought, I heard a knock on my
鍵は
door.
かかっていないから入りたまえ。
The short silhouette that entered belonged to the exact person I expected.
成田、
Saku and Tamao still hadn't returned. Eru and I were the only ones at the
こ
door.
んな夜更けに何か用かね。
そうです。ようです。
He was wearing a usual poker face, making it extremely hard to read.
実は、サクを助けてほしいのです。
助ける？それもサクを。それは随分とおかしなことを言う。
自分、おかしなことを言っているつもりはありません。
私に助力を願うという行為、それ自体が君らしくないと思う。サクを救うのは高崎エルが自ら選び取った役だ。私の知っているエルという少女にはそれを一人ででも成し遂げようとする意志があった。
Eru's sense of loyalty could not have been more real. She needed Narita believed her will, which she revealed every now and then, had not wavered in the least. So I didn't understand why Saku's absence had driven her into a corner. Saku was trying to achieve something. The most Eru Takazaki thing to do was stand at her side.
合理的に判断しました。優先するべきは結果ですから。状況は自分一人の手には余ります。空子は療養中ですし、タモも最近は勝手に動いてやがります。
大義を頼れば理事長に筒抜けになるかもしれない。それならば偉大なる成田様に屈服する方がいい。
最後のだけかなり全く違います。この変態、脳みそ超洗浄して出直してください。一番マシな人選が成田だったのは残念ながら事実ですが。
承知した。詳しい話を聞かせてもらおう。
Eru looked back at me and nodded before speaking
サ
up.
クはニトリが学籍辞退してからこっちずっとそれについて調べています。成果はないようでサクは追い詰められてます。 エルの話もまともに聞きません。取り尽くし間もない。あんな策、エルは見ていられないのです。だから成田に策を助けてやってほしいのです。
So he just pulls the fucking, like, proof from Tomo's route out of the fucking cupboard. There you go. What? Dead! Edo bent forward. Her unusual display of sincerity made me feel perplexed. And her unusual display of sincerity made me feel perplexed.
待ちたまえ。ミトリの学籍自体について調べているというのもよくわからないが、それがどう追い詰められることになるのかね。
Edo backed away a bit, calmed down and looked up at me.
成田はミトリの学籍離脱をどう思います？
玉尾は仕方のないことだと言っていなかったかな。私としても同じ意見だよ。
わかりました。では、そういうことにしておきましょう。サクは納得していませんでした。何の連絡もなく、突然いなくなるのは不自然だと、そう考えていました。
うん。ミトリと親しかったサクがそう判断したのなら、彼女なりの根拠はあるのだろうね。
In actuality, Mitri Kubutuyama had already officially succumbed to illness. Mishi had looked into it, meaning the info was reliable. Something must have happened after she left the academy. Sako Tanashi's suspicions were probably on the mark. The academy's dark underbelly had something to do with Mitri's apparent disappearance and death. And that meant that Sako was equivalent to stepping on the dragon's tail. She was in more danger than Eru even realized.
ここ数日はいよいよ危なっかしいのです。こんな時間なのに帰ってきていませんし。
位置をモニターしているレイヤーにアクセスして居場所を確かめてみては。
ID 端末を寮に置いていっています。
なるほど。本気ということか。それは確かに危なっかしい。エルの心配もよくわかる。
As if she'd left her device behind, then Eru truly did suspect the academy. We had to watch our words. The academy was under surveillance from every possible angle. This conversation somewhere leaked. Not only I would be in danger, but Saku and Eru would be as well. With that in mind.
話は分かった。では、しばらくおとなしくしてもらおう。いや、抵抗しても構わないのだが。
一体何を。
I placed my hands on her sides and picked her up like a cat before throwing her onto my bed.
このマイクロフェチ、小さいものキラー、兵隊狩人。
エルの悪魔にもそろそろ慣れてきた。俺はこれで味がある。
マジ変態。二次元スキーに加えていじめられスキー。変態。超変態がここにいます。誰か来て。
おとなしく静かにしたまえ。どこからモニターされているかわからないのだから。インシグニアの策が学園へ不利益な行動をとっているかもしれないと知られるのは君にとっても望ましくないだろう。
Eru stopped struggling as though the setting in her had been changed.
そんなこと言って取引だぜうへへへへ。策のことを黙っていて欲しければとか言いながら恥ずかしいことをするつもりですね。薄くて高い本みたいに。
Words were harsh, but she whispered them into my ear, not letting anyone else but me hear them.
昼も言ったと思うが、私は放漫を愛する敬虔な美の信仰者なのだよ。
ピチピチヤングな弾ける若さに興味はないと？
しかり。
真偽を確かめるのは後回しにしますが、それよりも策の件です。
先に言っておこう。策がやっていることは、スクールにとって不利益なことかもしれない。
Why had Eru Takazaki chosen Jinri Narita? The reason for that had already been stated. Besides that, there was the fact that Saku's actions were in opposition to the academy, so she couldn't turn to any of the other Twals or the teachers. Eru had stopped struggling and remained within my powerful embrace. The way she'd thrown her hands out to make it look like a... What? The way she'd thrown her hands out made her look like a human-shaped vessel. Humans were unexpectedly easy to break. I knew a number of people whose minds were shadowed by extreme fear, tragedy, cruelty, or other factors. However, Eru Takazaki was unlike any of them. The eyes staring at me didn't contain much emotion, but they weren't quite emotionless either. Eru had a giant void within her. I didn't know why, but it felt like I hadn't seen the real her thus far.
高崎エル、君はそれでも構わないのかね。
何がですか？
Her voice and stare were the same as ever. I could feel joy, anger, and grief and pleasure in them, but they were all as dull as the taste of sand. If that was all she was, I could have deemed her as an enemy. I just have assumed that she was a trap meant to lead me to death, sent to me on someone's order. However, she begged me to save Saku. There was enough will behind her voice for me to believe her. It made it hard for me to reject her. It has simply underestimated her. The fact that my mind equated her with my sister created a fatal weakness. That hesitation vanished in but a moment.
サクが自分で選んで踏み込んだのなら、今さら誰かの言葉で道を曲げるとは思えない。ならばサクを助けるとは、このスクールを敵に回すかもしれないということだ。
怖いですか？嫌ですか？時の先生に歯向かってたくせに、いざとなると引き下がりますか？
私はそれでも一向に構わない。成田真理にとってのこの学園はただの仮の宿だ。必要ならためらいなく鉄槌を振り下ろし、まして一人の男として乙女に助けを請われて答えないのでは生きている価値もない。戦う理由としては十分すぎる。それでもいいのかね。
The academy was merely a temporary home in Shinri Narita's eyes, but to the 200 other HMIs, it was a paradise they'd reached after a truly long journey. And that had to be the case for Eru Takazaki as well. I didn't know what her past was like, but imagined it was rather harsh. That was why I had to ask her that question. I needed to know that she wouldn't regret that decision. Regardless of what she was, I had to confirm that she was okay with trampling all over her fellow HMI's paradise.
自分はサクを守ります。それ以外のものは必要ありません。
Itch. I hate the itch. Her words sounded as mechanical as a drill.
エルがここにいるのはサクのおかげです。そしてエルがここにいる理由はサクのためです。サクを助けてください。成田真理。自分にあるのはそれだけです。引き換えに自分がどんなことでもします。
君の誠はどこまでも詩純だな。
I believed that she was being completely honest. And even if everything else was fake, I knew the words she'd just spoken were not. In that case, there was only one path for Shinri Narita to take.
これを取引というのなら、とても釣り合いは取れない。
そんな。
She gazed up at me with a somewhat angry emotion.
言わなかったかね。乙女に助けを請われて答えないのでは、男として生きている価値もないと。
はあ、意味わからないんですが。
助けが必要ならば、取引など持ち出さず、一言言いたまえ。プリーズと、他に何が必要というのだね。
本当にわけわからない人です。成田真理。
これが私のスタイルだ。生きるべき時も死ぬべき時も私は己の在り方を貫くだろう。
プリーズ、サクを助けてください。自分では無理です。
承知した。成田真理の名誉にかけて約束しよう。私は高崎エルの頼みに応え。
Doing so potentially brought me closer to the Academy secret and thereby could have won us throughout. She Narita planned to kill two birds with one stone.
まあ、サクを助けてくれるのなら何でもいいですけど。
任せたまえ。
ところで、どうして英語なんですか？プリーズって。超中二者ですか？
どうしても何も。私は海外育ちなのだよ。
It was only natural that my English vocabulary was vast. After sending Eru away, I felt hungry and went to get some chapati from the kitchen. It was a type of Indian wheat bread that was cooked somewhat like crepes. People normally ate them with curry, but they also worked with vegetables or other toppings. That night I took a highly American combination of thick-cut ham and tomatoes and put it between the chapati to have a light dinner before my bath. I also leafed through a book for a little while before finding a good stopping point, closing it, and leaving it on the table. The front cover had the words, the lowly Ronin Kojuro Kijuro Kasumi on it. It was a pre-Meiji period story I'd occasionally read because of a certain man's influence. The fact that a man like him had had such a major impact on me actually irked me, to be honest. Still, I couldn't relate to the Buddhist-like perception of the evanescence of life that came with the samurai code, so I enjoyed it. I could relate, not couldn't relate. It was all about not fearing change. Change was unavoidable in this world. No, change was the world, so there was no real reason to be afraid of it.
サクはまだ戻っていないようだね。
It was almost time for lights out, yet Saku was nowhere to be found. Tiger was walking to the main entrance. It seemed like he had just returned, though. If he had, the dome's management systems would have informed me with an icon in my vision. He returned to his room without even noticing me. Had he taken care of some business at the front?
こちらもなしか。
I checked and confirmed that Saku's shoes weren't around the front entrance. Then I went to her room on the second floor just in case, but I didn't feel anyone's presence through her door. Saku was her crown and the insignia at that. It was unusual for her to act alone, but...
これが玉緒なら心配もしないというのに。我らが筆頭殿は他人に気遣いをさせる名人だな。我らの筆頭とは。我ながら皮肉の効いた言い回しだ。
Shinrin Narita was the greatest threat to the academy, so it was odd for me to worry about Saku, the guardian of its peace and order. The proud, beautiful Saku Tanashi and her divine breasts. In all honesty, Shinrin Narita liked her exactly the way she was.
私はただ、なすべきをなすだけだ。
However, since I made a promise with Eru, I suddenly had a lot more on my plate. For now I had to rest and restore my energy. I turned off the lights in my room, sank deep into thought amidst the silence. For a moment, it felt like my closed reddish eyelids showed me a picture of Eru. Suddenly I heard a knock on the door.
ただいまー。
I changed to my uniform to make the welcome proper and opened the door to see Eru, who supposedly returned to her room. Then again, her room was right in front of mine, so it was only 3 meters away. Not showing any hint of remorse, she just grinned while standing in the hallway. Couldn't just let her stay there, so I went and let her in.
まだ何か用かね。眠ろうかと思っていたのだが。
It happened again. Until she knocked, I didn't even sense her presence. At that point, I couldn't shake it off. It's just a trick of my imagination or an accident. It was one of Halo's functions. Trying to hide my surprise, I waited for a response.
自分、一方的な救済で、ほえほえバーンで万歳万歳というのは気に入りません。やはり対等に取引にしたいです。
そんなものは不要だと言ったはずだ。
成田に不要でも、高崎エルには必要ということです。成田は自分のことしか考えないわがままクソ野郎ですね。
筋は通っているな。
Madge expressed my convictions, so she wanted me to let her express hers too. Eddie looked at me like a wild cat with a new prey in sight and walked up to me.
口止めが不要というならば、体で払いましょう。成田は女体は好きだと言ってましたしね。
また妄言を。私はもう眠るので、今夜は帰りたまえ。
I quickly turned around and went to bed. My silence conveyed my opinion of her shenanigans. Ada watched me undress with a keen eye, but that wasn't enough to stop Shinrin Narita from getting naked. After all, I knew Ada would be overwhelmed by the divinity of my perfect body and back down.
くっくっく。恐るべきビッチのエナジードレインに耐えられるかな？
What? Contrary to my expectations, she ripped off all her clothes before leaping a few times like a jumping spider at unexpectedly fast speeds and crawled atop of my bed. The mental image is fucking terrifying.
やめたまえ。
ふぅ。ふぅ。
course, my words did nothing. Her eyes were beastly, shining with a lust for blood. Her cheeks were flushed and her lips were curved into a lascivious smile. Vicious? Nah, that wasn't the right word. Not for someone as flat as her. That had gotten into me. She forced her lips on mine. I briefly let the mood take me, and she took advantage of this opening.
やめたまえ。相手が望まぬものを与えて取引など。
I kinda like the grin, so fuck it.
嫌も嫌よも好きのうちというのです。おとなしくしろ。自分に任せていればすぐに最高に喜ばせてあげますとも。にゃははは。
何を
An unexpected sensation ravaged my brain. The guys are like eruption of pleasure, cut my words short. What was that? The sensation I've never felt before gave me goosebumps. It was so hard to breathe that it felt like my throat was full of solid air.
ほら、気持ちよさそうじゃないですか。
I'm convinced that her halo somehow messes with the brain. A mere kiss, a mere embrace, and it pulled at my heartstrings so.
何そんなバカなエル
I was quite certain that I wasn't the kind of beast who liked girls with Eru's body type. But then, what was this fiery urge? It felt like I'd become a foolish moth attracted to flames. The sensation welling from somewhere deep inside made my spine shiver in anticipation for the coming pleasure. The sense of warmth and comfort she exuded was unbearable.
そんなも何も現実を見やがれ、このむつり。でもないか。普段から痴漢行為に及んでいましたね、成田は。
Every single time her lips touched me, and my entire body shook with pleasure I'd never felt before.
これはまさしく予想だにしなかった成田心理最大の危機。
No, I just fucking Christ, I wasn't expecting this. Please help me.
なんとか反撃の手を正気を保たねば。
さあ、成田真理はエル様のシリアナ奴隷です。と言いなさい。
I entirely focused on keeping myself together, as though there were no resources I could dedicate to resisting. I hadn't felt such danger since that bastard Kurofuna sent me to the abyss of death 7 years ago.
これはいかん。なんとか。
我慢なんてしなくていいんですよ。体に毒ですよ。
Another kiss. But I knew I had to avoid her temptation. Didn't hate it or anything, but I had to keep myself in check. However, as Eru toyed around with me, my reactions grew stronger and stronger. I wanted to embrace her. My reason dimmed, and the inhuman instinctual part of me told me that I was close to losing my mind. Where had she been hiding those techniques that could easily corrupt any man? Surely not within that tiny body of hers. More importantly, the perverse fear that occasionally washed over me seemed to become an indescribable pleasure that ravaged my very soul. Had I been hiding a latent, corrupt desire to stain my hands with forbidden pleasures? No, my faith in the voluptuous couldn't be sullied by the desire for the flat.
落ち着くのだ、成田真理。心を水面のように。
I desperately tried to steady my uneven breaths. For the moment, I had to buy time and calm down. This felt entirely unnatural. Was it a work of Eru Takazaki's halo? But wait, what kind of power granted the ability to stimulate the pleasure scent? My thoughts vanished before it finished. Beneath those lips, akin to a small flower, inside the walls of her mouth, akin to boiled mud, her tongue curled that undulated.
これで取引成立です。大丈夫。安心してください。エルはお口チャック女となって、成田の恥ずかしい秘密は黙っておくと誓いましょう。
それで、エルが納得するのなら。
納得するのです。
I was probably a way of making things even. Human relations, hearts, and minds were truly complex things. Once the arousal faded and my body cooled down, I fixed my uniform.
それでは、戻って寝ます。
ああ、私も眠るとしよう。
My I was overcome with a heavy sense of defeat, Eru looked as emotionless as ever. She gave me a bow, turned around, and left.
悔しい。でも、
She was such a hard person to read. I lied down in bed again, covered myself, closed my eyes. The fatigue had reached my very bone. That had reached my very bones had made sleep wash over me at an impressive speed. He's just lying down, just completely just empty eyes, like, what the fuck just happened? Rumors Taiki had mentioned became reality early next morning. During first period, we were informed that today's lectures would be replaced by a practical field examination. It would be a major event involving all the Academy's premier and 12th grade HMIs, which meant about 50 or so elites.
名前を読み上げた者は集合してくれ。所定の位置で待機して次の番を待つ。
Split into groups of 5 or 6, we moved to the city. Once there, we would head out on our mission. Both the amount of people mobilized and practical examination of Okushima were completely unheard of. The town was full of civilians, of course. We were forbidden from doing anything to cause harm. That was still worth noting.
大義は私の次のグループなのかね。
そういうことのようだね。
Taigi waited for his turn, looking as cavalier as ever. Sokka, myself, Eru, Taigi, Tamo, the Etoiles were split into different groups. Eru had already left as part of the group before the last one. Albeit late, Sokka and Tamo had already returned to the dorm last night. Fulfilling my promise to Eru to save Sokka, that proved far easier if we were all in the same group.
それはエルの言葉をそのまま受け取ったとして、
There were still some things I didn't understand, but compared to the weight of that promise, they were nothing. Shinri Narita promises were divine in nature. Though the exchange was quite questionable, I'd accepted it, so I had to fulfill my end of the bargain. At that point, what mattered wasn't the circumstances or sincerity, but how I would go about it. Protecting Saku's 24/7 was difficult. Also, if I got too close to her, I risked involving her in my own problem, which would have had the opposite effect. The most straightforward course of action was solving Saku's problem, even though that wasn't exactly easy. It was best to start by finding out what Saku was actually doing. I didn't know if she would actually answer, but I considered asking her directly when there were no prying eyes. However, as the insignia of the crowns, she had her hands full with this major practical examination. I had to talk to her when she was less busy. We had to split up into groups for the practical examination, but there was no rule that specified that we act as one in town. It was actually a competition that used the name practical examination as a front, and the winners were the ones who fulfilled the condition. Which meant we would most likely all act on our own, which I truly appreciated. I could walk outside by myself, and with the Academy's approval.
いい気になってるのよ。
As I stood apart from the other students, thinking about what to do, next I felt some animosity coming towards me from the row of students waiting for the vans.
君は確か
Who? Felt like I'd experienced something similar
すま
before.
ないが君は誰だろう。私は基本的に男の名前は覚えない主義でね。
なんだと貴様。
何やら怒らせてしまったらしいな。そういうことならば一つ質問をしよう。君は男の名前を覚えて楽しいかね？
楽しい楽しくないの問題だと。
麗しき乙女の名前をチェックするならいざ知らず、男の名前を記憶したところで私は全くもって愉快ではない。まさに履き古した下着を洗いもせず身につけるような気分だ。もちろん隣にいる乙女のことはよく覚えている。水倉女子だ。
はい。
鍵石よしおだ。
His expression made me think he was about to bite me. No, it felt more like he was holding back the intense urge to strangle me.
聞き覚えがあるような気もする。ところで訂正しておきたいのだが、いい気になっているとはお門違いも甚だしい。私にとってはこれが至って平常運転なのだよ。
貴様、つくづく舐めた口を。
People as short-tempered as him existed all over the world, and I was a man who didn't let it bother him. In fact, compared to two lethal murderous gazes that foretold instant death, the bloodlust here didn't go beyond the street fight. was too cute to even consider a threat.
貴様の存在がこのスクールの秩序を乱している。貴様はガンだ。このままいつまでもそんなでかい面をしていられると思うなよ。
思うなと言われても困るな。自前のこれ以外に持ち合わせがないのでね。
Understood at last. He saw the Academy's model as absolute, and therefore thought Shinderi Narita, a man who didn't fulfill his role as an intolerable disturbing element, couldn't permit the existence of a person who refused to compromise their convictions. How sad.
貴様みたいな奴がいるから。
He attempted to continue his verbal abuse, but was stopped by a fellow student. The other man lightly elbowed him.
君の人格は褒められたものではなさそうだが、友人の選択は幾分真っ当であるらしい。
お前がエトワールの器じゃないってことを必ず証明してやるからな。
He glared at me with venomous eyes, then returned to his waiting spot, clearly dissatisfied. It was readily apparent that he truly wished to assault me, but as one who believed that the rules of the Academy and the value system of nobility, Shinderi Narita was an étoile and as such had to be respected. Even if he objected to my classifications, that was a truth he couldn't fight. As enraged as he was, he still remained calm enough to avoid betraying his convictions.
いつもながら注目の的のようだね。
黙っていても人目を引いてしまうとは、これほどに秀でた自分の在り方に我ながら困ってしまう。
今日の実証試験は開校以来の規模だ。それだけにさっきの彼のようにやる気になっている者も大勢いる。
自分がノーブルにふさわしい人間であるとアピールしようというのかね。
どちらかといえば狙いは成田。
私を？
予想外という顔だね。なるほど。その鈍さは確かに君らしい。強者の傲慢だ。エトワールと他のランクの学生が同じ実証試験で成果を競うような機会はめったにない。弱者は強者を羨み妬む。そうだろ。スクールで作たちクラウンの力を疑う者はいないが、君は新参でその上笑えるほどに反抗的だ。はっきりと手の届かない星なら人は黙って仰ぎ見る。偶像とは汚れなく輝いていてしかるべきだ。しかし君はその輝きに正面から泥をなすりつける。
引きずり下ろしてしまわなければ己の自尊心が傷つくというわけか。いよいよもってせんない話だ。
人間とはままならないものだよ。全てを理屈だけで片付けられるならこの世界はもっと生きやすい場所だろう。
その意見については同意しよう。
Shinderi Narita had sworn an oath of revenge due to the hatred and rage in his heart. It was the act of a truly foolish base human. In a way, I was no different from them. Suddenly, we were told to gather. It's time for Margaret to enter our van.
では、一足先に行ってくる。
幸運を、成田真理。
Sento Shishikawa saw off the vans as they left the academy. That was the first time they'd sent out as many HMIs since the academy's establishment. And he...
さて、サイの目はどう出るかな。
cracked the grin. The goal of this practical exam was to discover and secure the HMI candidate the Academy had lost. Stock was likely a slider, making it more of a battle than an exam. The Academy conducted all sorts of tests countrywide to discover HMIs. And that was particularly true around Okushima, since their schools were close to the Academy. The investigations were particularly meticulous. During a test 2 months ago, they determined that 3 students in the nearby city of Azumi were possible HMIs. Fortunately, one of the 3 had killed the other 2 and fled. Her name was Tai Kusashiba. She was our target. 2 main streets cut through the heart of Okushima. One was a short road that led southward from the station towards the famous Miyama mountain range. It was surrounded by hotels. The department stores and other large establishments. The other street, Ichima Road, was one of the city's arteries that led all the way outside the prefecture. It was prefecture, yes. The Furumachi River also ran almost parallel to it, flowed as though it surrounded the station. Apparently, when the weather was right, tourists crossed it by ferry. The van arrived at a corner of a park right next to Furumachi River. Even in the city center, you could find public establishments such as an assembly hall. During the summer festivals, they held cultural heritage dance rituals that attracted many observers. I assumed it was quite a sight, though I didn't think I would ever see it. I walked out of the van. The caravan of cars must have been a curious sight, since children that were playing on the side of the park stopped what they were doing, stood up, and looked in our direction. A few pigeons that had gathered around them flew off in surprise. Their wings rapidly flapped as they shed a few white, snow-like feathers. In the midst of that cinematic scene, one of the children approached me, only for me to realize that it was Eru who'd been playing with them. Apparently, she'd decided to wait for me.
Eru です。
Remembering the prior night's events made me lose my words for a second. It was rare for me to lose control of my actions to that extent. I had to calm down and stabilize my breathing.
なぜそんな大げさな登場?
Was my biggest question. Made no sense.
登場シーン見開きバーンは設理なのです。初登場の重要さがわからないとは。これだからキャラの濃い主役属性に生まれついたやつは嫌になりますね。主人公補正の約束されていない脇役には口に出せない苦労が伴うのです。
君の遠大な哲学にはそれなりの理解を示すとしよう。ところで君は随分と先行していたはずだが。
単独行動じゃなきゃダメとは言われていませんので、成田のお出かけに同行しようと思って待っていました。
正直自分一人の方が身軽で行動しやすいのだがね。
足手まといだと？
言葉を選んでありていに言えば邪魔だ。
そういうわけには参らないんですよ。へひひひ。24時間エルビ、成田は策を救うをリアルタイム視聴する必要があるからです。
ビは何だ？
ビデオです。別に録画するわけではありませんが、エルビデオってエロビデオみたいでいい感じですよね。それに成田はよそから来たエトランゼ。自分は地元に詳しいジモッピー。飼ってれば色々とお得がありますよ。例えば夜のサービスとか。
やめたまえ。
でもあれほど一緒に行くと約束してくれたのに、裏切るのなら仕方ありません。成田の恥ずかしい声をネットにアップして、ウハウハ楽しみますよ。
そんな約束をした覚えはこれっぽっちもないが、私の人格が危ぶまれかねない恐ろしいことはやめてもらおう。
そうでしょう。
要するに何としても私と行動を共にしようというわけなのだね。
へっへっへ。話が早いことで。
A grin graced her emotionless face. Could easily have shook her, but there was no telling what that walking enigma would do in that case.
君の意見を尊重しよう。ただ何が起こるかはわからない。覚悟の上でなら好きにしたまえ。
このエルがそんな状況判断すらできないクソどまぬけカスボケアホっ子だと？
She seemed like a ticket time bomb, and I couldn't read her at all, but there was an indomitable spirit with her that I couldn't see that you couldn't see in her eyes. In a way, she resembled the one she served as a knight, Saku. Perhaps she would be less of an unpredictable element if I had her at my side and observed her every move. I honestly felt like looking away from her was far more dangerous. I made the decision already, it seemed.
では、ついてきたまえ。
イエーイイエーイ。ペロッと片付けてやりましょう。何ですか？自分を熱い眼差しで見つめて。やはり成田はリトルハンターなのですか？
全く違うとあえて断言させてもらおう。私は誇りにかけて豊満への愛を貫くだろ
う。うげ、やっぱり変態だ。
As we continued that conversation, I walked with a small silhouette lagging behind me by half a step. My hand suddenly reached for the lapis lazuli on my chest. For a moment, I felt an impossible emotion. Something that had been lost and returned. It vanished soon after. The academy students scattered around the town to search for the target. Taya Kusashiba had vanished a week ago. Far too much time had passed. A professional would have left the area a long time ago. However, the Taya Kusashiba was but a normal student, or at least until she wasn't. The person who'd become a slider was unfortunately no longer a mere student. That was for the very reason. That was the very reason for the practical examination, or based on the rumors Taigi had mentioned. It had taken quite a lot of work to make the mobilization a reality. Normally HMIs had become sliders were dealt with far earlier. They were observed by the academy, and if something wasn't right with them, Sakura and the other crowds were dispatched to cooperate with the local police and the countermeasures office. They dealt with the issue as soon as possible while the casualties were still low. This was an exception because it was the worst case scenario. The target had not only killed the other candidates, but also escaped the academy's observation. Kurofune Mikado had powerful connections and authority. However, due to that, he also had many enemies. The fact that he had a hand in something as questionable as HMI research didn't help his case either. The matters of those whose fault this was had to take care of it, and who would gain or lose political power led to backroom dealings, which consumed a lot of time. Even after they decided to mobilize the Academy's HMIs, many discussions were held about the release of 50 HMIs into the city under the guise of a practical field examination, which only made sense. 50 HMIs were 50 bombs. People living in a normal world didn't want such creatures among them. If Tokino Yomisa was alive, she might have handled the situation more appropriately. But unfortunately, she would never return. Eru, local that she was, led me around the town. The station as the focal point, we walked on the side of the river, following a path to the remains of an old citadel that was another local attraction. We passed by many ordinary citizens who were doing much the same, and none of them were aware that 50 walking bombs mixed among them. We then traveled south to the park next to the Furumachi River. We'd drawn a half circle around the station, checking a large area before returning to where we started. Beyond the river there was a wall of thick red and multi-purpose high-rise buildings.
なんです?またしてもエルの顔をじろじろ見て。目から高速で体液を打ち出す練習ですか?それともこの艶やかな美貌に惚れましたか?
I was not expecting a sudden JoJo reference, but okay. Small as she was, Eru tended to fall behind me due to the difference in her steps, so I had to adjust to act the part of a gentleman. Eru tended to spice her talks up with various gestures, which made her even slower at times. If she ever fell too far behind, she half ran to get in front of me and looked back. Felt like it was an action characteristic of young children or small animals. It was pleasant to watch, but then I realized that I was once again subconsciously seeing my sister in her. My weak sister rarely ever got to go outside. Even so, when I and my childhood friends went to play, she snuck out and joined us. I still remembered how my female childhood friend used to pull my sister by the hand. However, those moments had become not more than bitter illusions.
いくつか確認しておこう。最近の策の不在だが、どこで何をしているのか君に心当たりはあるかね?
I changed the subject to hide my sentiment.
いいえ、全くこれっぽっちも。
追いかけたりは?
したことはないです。
どうしてかね?
そう、命令されたので。
Failed to understand the logic. Or perhaps it was more apt to say, strange feelings of discomfort poked me like thorns. Eru hadn't tried to follow Sakura and then lost her. Simply hadn't tried to follow Sakura and then lost her. Simply hadn't even attempted to follow her. Eru called herself Sakura's knight. Old as she was, there was no doubt in the sincerity behind that term. If Shinri Narita's perception of Eru Takazaki's true nature was correct, she would have followed Sakura out of worry, even if that meant disobeying her orders. The gap between the impression she'd given off and the actions she'd taken was hard for me to close. Would have understood if that was all a trick to get close to me. But that seemed impossible. It was true. She would have never provided such a half-baked excuse. After all, Eru wasn't lying at all. She said she didn't do it because she was ordered to. She'd come to seek my support because the order was that important to her. Eru Takazaki's standards were awfully convoluted. They didn't seem to have a proper foundation, so they weren't exactly complex. But that did not help me understand it any better.
君は何者だろう？
おかしなことを聞きますね。自分は高崎エルです。エトワールにしてクラウンのメンバー。エルの役目は策を守ることです。
It was all true, but not right. Felt like I was trying to complete a puzzle without the most important pieces at hand. Rather frustrating, really.
いいでしょう。特別に教えましょう。エルはアンドロイドなのでした。ドッキャーン。
それはまた奇妙な比喩だね。
Like always, she had an unreasonable and expressionless
と
face.
ころで、今更なんですが成田。策を手助けしているのが本人にバレると、自分、めっちゃ怒られてしまいます。
なるべく策に気づかれぬようにということかね。うん。留意しておこ
うい。ステルスな感じで。
Eru Takazaki was verbose, but how much of it, what she said, came from the heart? Her plea for me to save Saku seemed honest. I had no proof, but it was what I wanted to believe. Of her overall actions simply felt far too mysterious. Was this actually a trap? Nah, I was too roundabout for that. And even if it was, as far as I knew, only one person could have given Eru that order. But then, what was her goal? She wished to discover Shinji's Narita's true identity and stop me no matter the cost. No, Saku wasn't the type to take such indirect measures. If she truly wished to impede my path, she would have appeared before me herself. Much like her actions during the botched choreography, she would stake her noble title as the insignia and put herself in harm's way. We'd explored the northern side of the station, so it was time for the south. We passed the bus terminal in front of the station. We saw several boards with striking helical pictures on them. Utterly incomprehensible to me.
もしあれはアミュレット的な何かかね。
成田、意外に目が節穴ですか。あれは東の海の大渦をモチーフにした絵柄の看板。奥島は一応観光地なので細かい努力を行っているのです。
うん。なんであれ、努力というものは美しいね。
But in the northern side of the station, this end had many major department stores and the like, making it a lot livelier.
山際に大きな建物がありますよね。あれは踊り記念会館。最上階からロープウェイが山頂まで出ています。登ってみますか？
目立つ場所は他の者に任せておけばいいだろう。
We're dealing with an amateur, but it's hard to imagine that she'd decide to survive in the wild.
ですよね。ピザは街のど真ん中にありますが、あれで時々は野犬とかマムシとかスズメバチとか国産三大怪獣が全部出没しますから、隠れたりしたら手間が省けちゃうかもしれません。
嫌な手間の省け方ではあるな。
There were kimono-clad women standing on what looked like an outdoor stage. There was a slightly higher elevation than the rest of the riverside. They were performing some sort of magic ritual as a group.
エル、あれはウィッチサバト的なものかね。
何を斜め下なことを言いますか、このデカチチレンジャーは。あれは奥島名物の民族舞踊、天川踊りです。
Titty Ranger.
お盆の頃に観光の目玉として全世界の注目を浴びるやつの貴重な練習風景なのです。感謝して拝みなさい。さもなくば目がつぶれます。自分が潰すので。
うん。あれが世に聞く奥島の民族的リチュアルか。
I've never I'd never expected to see the real thing, so I did appreciate the splendid sight, even if it was mere practice.
奥島の人間は一度はあの踊りスターになることを夢見て練習に励むというが、エルも踊れるのかね。
きたー。その超ありがちなツッコミ。何ですか？日本人は全員空手家で芸者ですか？藤山で天ぷら食ってウハウハだと言いますか？
うん。すると踊れないのかね。
いえ、踊れますけど。しかし、自分的にはむしろ、サクに踊らせたい。
うん。
みちみちアニメ柄の踊りポスターがあったでしょ？今は練習なので普通の着物ですが、本番ではあのポスターみたいな格好にフォームチェンジするのです。サクにあの格好をさせて踊らせる。いいと思いませんか？
私は君という女性を見くびっていたようだ。素晴らしい。着物を内から、おお、想像するだに感動で意識が。私は君という女性を見くびっていたようだ。素晴らしい。着物を内から食い破らんばかりに自己主張する神の父を押さえつけながら、民族リチュアルの踊りを天に捧げる。おお、想像するだに感動で意識が遠のく。
そうでしょう、そうでしょう。今度ぜひやりましょう。
いつでもいいたまえ。私は一命を賭して君の願いに力を貸すだろう。
On the main street, we walked through the streets we visited the last time we traveled together. In preparation for the summer, there were posters and banners here and there, making it feel like a festival was close.
前にも来ましたが、この辺りのアーケード、一時真剣に錆びでかけていたのが、最近は多少は持ち直しました。ほら、こういう会社もあるせいで、地元全体がサブカルチャーで町おこしとかやってるわけです。イベント自体はそこそこ根付いてきましたし、この映画館できるまでは駅近くの映像施設は全滅でしたから、マイナーサブカル系とかアニメしか放映されないのがあれですが、奥島マニア的には便利でナイスです。これでも一応奥島で一番賑やかな場所なのに、昼間は閑散としてますよね。地方都市の悲しさきたー。こっちの小道は前にも行きましたね。お好み焼き屋さんのある通りです。その隣のアイスクリーム屋さんもちっこいですが美味しいので、今度また連れて行ってあげましょう。成田のおごりで。
Wandered the town for about 2 hours, but didn't find anything notable. Eventually, we took a break at the long park to the southwest of the station to discuss our next steps.
他の学生たちと違って、私たちは実証試験で躍起になって成果を上げるつもりはないのだから、気楽だがね。
みんな、どうしてだかやる気パッチしなんですよね。自分、そういう気分はよくわかりません。
スクールの外で活動する機会はめったにないのだろう。初舞台で浮かれる新米役者か、いや、いっそお出かけ気分の子供と言うべきか。
成田もなかなか辛辣です。全然ポエミーじゃないですが。
It was still before noon, which made it a little early for students to be in town. That was why we, clad in our flashy uniforms, stood out in the empty area.
他の連中、スライダーを見つけるだけでいいのに、欲をかきやがったら笑えない話になっちゃうかもですね。
動員された50人の力はどの程度なのかね。
ピンキリです。どんなハローを持っているのかは原則非公開ですから、詳しくはわかりません。プルミエール以上の HMI ばかりなので、実践レベルなのは確かでしょうけど、機能もいろいろで、超知覚系とかもいるはずです。痕跡がなくても後を追っていくようなやつとか。
It sounded most troublesome. Someone like that could have exposed Chindi and Narita in an instant.
始末はサクと玉緒の力ばかに任せておけば安全なのに、誰がこんなバカな話考えたんですかね。
黒船の意図ではないだろう。
黒船？理事長ですか。
これだけ目立ってスクールの存在を印象づけるのは、あの男にとって決して本意ではあるまいと思うだけだよ。
ほむほむ。
Searching for hidden prey with a large group was reasonable, but personally, I would have taken the quality of a quantity approach. HMIs or not, a group of untrained individuals was trouble in the making. I then believed that Kurofune approved of the risk, so I assumed that his political opponent had used the disappearance of the slider to force his hand. Or perhaps Kurofune didn't care about the potential risks, and he released the HMIs in hopes that this would lead to growth that could never happen within the walls of the academy.
今日の試験でサクはどの区画の担当だったかね。
古町の向こうだと思います。まさか、サクに告げ口するつもりですか？そんなことをしたら、成田の秘密も暴露されて、僕はシリアナ奴隷ですと。
やめたまえ。加えて言った覚えはない。エル、君は何かと注文が多いな。
そう。人呼んで、注文の多いロリコニアン。ちなみに、自分が食べる方で、成田が食べられる方です。まさか、注文が多いから約束は保護だとか？
約束とは神聖なものだ。交わした以上、最後まで果たすとも。それにまあ、厄介事ほどやる気になるというものだよ。
やはり、成田はマゾッホなのですね。謎の生命体マゾッホ。縛られたり殴られたり大好き。
やめたまえ。謎の通り名はつけないでもらいたい。救うにせよ、手助けするにせよ、サクが何をしているのかわからなければ手の打ちようがない。近いうちに腰を据えて話をしなければならないな。
言ってることは正論ですが、自分、超困ります。
君たちを巻き込みたくないと考えているからだろう。彼女らしいと私は思う。
成田のくせに、また知った風な口。超最悪な気分です。
そろそろだな。
何がですか？
Kept moving east from the park, and Eru followed closely, not commenting on my behavior. Found the person I had been waiting for near a children's playground steam locomotive. Looked at the time on my device. It was exactly 1 in the afternoon. As always, she was right on time, down to the last second.
お待たせしました、ご主人様。
おや、いつぞやのメイドさんですか？
菱谷森と申します。高崎エル様、お久しぶりです。
Hishia gave her a perfect English greeting.
ご主人様、どうやら新たな世界に目覚められたようですが、それは人としてどうなのであるかと。
エルのことであれば、彼女は。
Suddenly, yesterday's unexpected event passed through my mind. It was out of nowhere that I had known. It was so out of nowhere that I had not fully processed it.
これは珍しい。睾丸不損、唯我独尊、身勝手マンのご主人様が落ち込んでおられるとは。菱谷、びっくりです。
よほどナイーブハートに突き刺さる出来事でもあったのでしょう。シャイな過剰装飾系はこれだから困ります。
さりげなくふとした興味から伺いますが、高崎様はご主人様の堕落具合に何か心当たりがおありでしょうか？
高崎エルです。エルルンとお呼びください。
承知いたしました、エルルン。
マジ呼ばれると我ながらドン引きです。
I didn't understand why they could communicate so smoothly. I had similar thoughts during their first meeting, but apparently they were on the same wavelength. They talked like sisters on good terms, but somehow I felt like I was looking at 2 demons guarding the gates of hell. Was I just tired?
わーい。
After harmonizing my body and mind using the breathing method of Geb, I instantly recovered.
それはともかくとしてだ。
何やら露骨に話を変えられた気がしますが、まあいいでしょう。それはともかく、なんと便利な言葉。
ところで成田、このメイドさんは何ですか？趣味ですか？フェチですか？カチューシャフェチよりはチョーカーフェチの方が高尚だと思います。
フェチズムは私には縁遠いことなのだよ。ちなみに菱谷には頼み事をしていたのだ。
さようです、エルルン。昨夜の今日ですので、スーパーメイドとしても十分とは言えませんが。
頼み事と。
最近のサクの行動についてだ。
That was the reason why I had Hishia, an outsider, investigate Saku, a student of the academy. Saku often left her device behind me that whatever she was doing, she couldn't afford to be tracked by the academy. That in turn meant she was likely operating off campus. Myself, I've been regularly walking the academy's grounds at night, so if she was in that area, I would have spotted her. There was a slim possibility that the person in black I'd encountered was actually her, but their body type, specifically their breasts, which were nowhere near as voluptuous as Saku's, made me believe that wasn't the case. Thus, if Saku wasn't inside, she was outside. Needless to say, the entrances to the academy were all very well guarded. He might have trouble coming and going undetected. However, Saku was a 12th grade HMI. Perhaps she had something up her sleeve that allowed her to pass the security and leave unnoticed. Assuming she did leave, what was she doing outside? Investigating Mitri's case, perhaps? Saku was the insignia of the crowns, such she left the academy alongside Tokino Yomise quite often. Maybe she discovered a secret related to the academy's actions.
リシア、結論から申します。最近、おとなし様らしい人物が市内で見かけられております。
どういうことですか？
Eru instantly reacted to Hishia's words without a hint of surprise on her face.
ご主人様。
構わない。報告をしてくれ。
はい。おとなし様の足取りを完全に終えたわけではありません。分かった範囲では、おとなし様が探っておられたのはこれ。2065事件についてです。
Hishia gave me a report that seemed to summarize all the facts she'd been uncovered. I looked through it at a speed that made it look like I was simply playing with the paper.
この事件、地元ではバラバラ人食い事件と言われ、一世風靡したとか。
どうしてサクがそんなものを？
Surprisingly, Eru's expression changed. Apparently, as a local, she was familiar with the incident. Incident 206 was a bizarre murder that occurred in Okushima several years ago. The victim was a student from a private school to the north. The reason it was bizarre was because the body was desecrated. Apparently, there were even rumors of bite marks appearing on the body, which gave the killer the sensational name Messy Cannibal.
地元では有名な事件なのかね。
T県は田舎ですから、人口が少ないので田舎いじめはあっても、強盗やら人死にの類はめったに起きません。
At the time, people assumed it was the works of some deviant. It attracted lots of attention due to its violent nature. The culprit didn't even attempt to hide the evidence. There were lots of lost items at the scene, so people assumed that the culprit would be caught in no time. However, in reality, they didn't even have a single suspect, let alone the culprit. The authorities were still investigating it, however, slowly.
それでは、今日のところは失礼いたします。街中に学生さんが多いようですので、ティシア、とっても恥ずかしい。
よく調べてくれた。それから、
あちらの準備は滞りなく進めております。ご安心ください。
やはり君は完璧なメイドだな。
Hishia bowed and left. It remained silent for a while after.
どうかしたのかね。
どうかっていうか、わからないです。サクが学園外にピュッピュ出てたらしくて、それも変な事件を調べてるとか。何かどうなっているんですか？
私にもそれは何とも言い難いな。
メイドさんが嘘をついてる可能性は？
ヒシアは信頼できる次女だよ。
I did not doubt the results of Hishia's investigation in the least. It seems Saku regularly left the academy to look into the mysterious incident 206. For what purpose, though?
学園外での要因から学園内で失踪事件。謎ミステリーですね。面白くなってきましたか？
多少はというところだ。サクが今どこにいるか心当たりはあるかね？
居場所はわかりません。端末に連絡を入れれば合流するのは簡単だと思いますよ。
I expected Eru not to want to tell Saku, so her response was most unexpected. It started panic, perhaps.
サクのことになると君は素直になるのだね。
自分はいつでも素直です。
If that was true, then she was an even stranger girl than I presumed.
サクと合流するのは得策ではないよ。この場所は下手をするとスクールにいる時以上に厄介かもしれないのだから。
どういう意味ですか？
現在奥島市内には起動状態の HMI が50人はいる。見失った獲物を借り出すために全能を集中している。HMI としての全能をだ。
どこに目があるか わからない？
The academy was similar in that regard, but that place was special. Dystopian images of people being kept under control with explosive collars were already a thing of the past. Bleeding-edge surveillance networks made it nigh impossible for a person to detect when they were being spied on. Within the walls of the academy, all the services and devices students used, all the information they accessed, were recorded. It didn't stop at merely recording what they saw on the internet from their dorm. It also recorded when they left with their devices, what route they took, and who they interacted with. The Academy analyzed the large swaths of data they gathered to run maintenance and predictions in order to manage all HMIs and keep them under their watchful eye, which was a nigh impossible task. There was virtually no such thing as privacy for those within the Academy, but students lived their lives blissfully unaware that this was all going on. Law enforcement with grounds to neurotic security, strict rules, and clear-cut restrictions all worked in tandem with one another, while hidden from the public eye using cutting-edge tech, such as the info layer AR. It was all for the sake of lowering stress levels in the HMIs and thereby preventing unnecessary halo activation. The Academy was a textbook example of how to control and manage a population of people through mass surveillance.
我々だけならともかく、策の安全を考えるなら、接触はスクールに戻ってから、適切な機会を見計らった方がいいだろう。
And there, the likelihood of us being observed by other halos, which we could notice ourselves, was significantly lower.
それに、帰る前にいくつか調べておきたいこともできた。
そういうことなら自分の出番ですね。ジモッピーの持つナビ力を見せてやりましょう。
Eru's help was actually more useful than she initially asserted. As a local, she was extremely familiar with the land. Despite her unique personality, she also had great social skills, making it easy for her to get information out of people. The aura she exuded, if that was the proper word for it, pulled people in before they realized it, making them play along. That was true for myself as well. I had Eru lead me to the scene of the incident 206 that Isha had mentioned. Followed her small bag to the footpath running parallel to the Furumachi River, which was south of the station. The occasional boat passed by as we walked down it. The scene was so peaceful and tranquil that I almost yawned. However, no matter how peaceful a scene, there were countless tragedies behind it. Peace was the result of ignorance and absent-mindedness. It was comical and unreasonable, but that was the rightful shape of the world of man. I found myself reaching for the lapis lazuli on my chest once more. The blue gem had originally belonged to my late sister. Shinri Narita was both a sacred tombstone and a symbol of an oath. It had become more emotional because of Eru. The impression she gave matched what I lost, awakening old memories.
あれが現場です。
Eru pointed to the side of a brick building towards a small parking lot.
何かありますか？
今さら新発見はないだろう。3年以上も前の事件だからね。インスピレーションは地上や写真では得られない。そのためにもこの目で確かめておきたかったのだよ。
では、ピコンと浮かんだと？
今のところはまだだな。
That was another place we had to visit. Prefecture Police.
問題ない。資料を見せてもらいたい。
問題ない。
Okay, it's basically confirmed that he has some kind of minor, like mind control, at least, as his Halo.
そうだ。よろしく頼む。
Case officer went to the document room and brought me everything related to incident 206. Couldn't take them with me, of course, so I had to memorize them there.
今、何をやりましたか？
企業秘密だ。
成田はタイプハムレットのはず。
Oh. Oh, okay. I mean, physical influence means it has to be there, so maybe more like neuron control or something. I don't fucking know.
私としては、
Okay.
君がそれを知っている方が驚きだな。どうやって調べたのかね。もちろん私は言った覚えはないが。
自分、ソーシャルハッキングが得意なのです。 クレショフ効果って
確か演出理論の類ではなく、
半分当たりとしておきましょう。成田も不得意な分野はありますか？ちょっといい気味です。映画は編集でカットを並べ替えますけど、同じシーンの映像でも並べ方次第で個々のシーンの与える印象や意味が変わってしまうという。
意味を作り出しているのはシーンではなく見ている観客自身ということかな。
グッド。つまりプリチーすぎるエルと出会った世間の平たいマニアどもは天使を見出して無意識にひれ伏してしまうのです。
最後の説明だけは話半分に聞いておこう。
So there was no doubt that she wasn't to be underestimated. It was almost time for the end of the practical exam. If the target had been suppressed, we would have been informed. Since that hadn't happened, she obviously hadn't been found.
それにしても拍子抜けだな。何か仕掛けてくる者がいるかもしれないと思っていたのだが。
成田の命を狙ってるスナイパーとかですか？バチ、縁が女。そういうのに自分巻き込まないでください。
今朝試験開始の時売られたものでね。
Ada folded her arms and sunk deep into thought. Then an exclamation mark popped up over her head as something came to mind.
成田をよく思っていない連中ですか？自分もその手のやつを何人か知ってます。新入りは得てして疎まれるものですよね。成田はその連中が何かしてくるとか。
おかしいかね。
Eru shrugged, a mix of shock and amusement on her face.
はっはっは。それは無理ですよ。人間、てめえより弱いやつにはどれだけでも横暴になれますが、強い相手にはおとなしいものです。減らず口を叩くのがせいぜい。成田はエトワールです。変態でも、リトルハンターでも。
後者は濡れ衣だ。その冤罪は看過できない。
変態はいいんですか？ちなみに昨夜、本気で超アヘアヘ言ってたのを自分の目が見届けています。
What pitiful. Is that the fabled honey trap?
何にしても、定められた序列は定まっているだけで力を持ちます。自分の力を顧みずに挑みかかるのは、本物のバカか勇者か、どちらかだけでしょう。
Eru turned back to the previous subject and honestly understood her point.
では彼らはバカでも勇者でもないと。
まあ、結果から言えば、そう。
She spun in place as she acted like that didn't matter to her at all. It was a pointless action, but she seemed to enjoy it.
ノーブルの卵とか言われてますが、ほとんどはたまたまハローを手に入れた、ごく普通の連中です。ぶっ飛んでスライダー化しなかった分だけ適性はあったんでしょうけど。英雄でも勇者でも怪物でもありません。
面白いものの見方だ。しかしその見解はスクールの趣旨に反するのではないのかね。
そうですね。では内緒ということで。
承知した。
She spun again. Her movements didn't look sprightly enough to be a dance. Instead, it reminded me of a machine, a spinning gyro. It seemed metallic in nature, which struck a chord within me. As awkward as it appeared, she was doing her best to spin, though dull and uninteresting. I sensed a strong will behind that action.
君は本当に不思議な乙女だね。
女はいつでも謎だらけなのです。前も似たようなことを言ったかもしれないですが。
そろそろ潮時だ。他の連中と合流してスクールに戻るとしよ
う。Eru stopped spinning and walked up to me. Like before, she lagged behind by half a step, and it felt like some illusion of a long-lost warmth yet again. We entered the same vans as before, returned to the academy, and uneventfully split up. Practical field examination didn't lead to the capture of the target, but apparently it wasn't a complete failure. Also, there were plans for several other practical exams during the week, which threw a spanner in the works of my plans. Plural. Eru and I returned to the dorm, but Saku didn't. Should have arrived before either of us, but assumed that she was either handling the aftermath of like the insignia she was, or acting on her own again.
サクもいない。タマオもいない。大義のボンボンもまだ帰ってこない。二人だと、ここも随分と静かですね。
せっかく学園外に出たのだから、外で食事を済ませてくればよかったな。
All that walking had made me hungry. I had many things to think about, but we humans had no choice but to worry about sustenance first and foremost. He had informed me that she'd found the time to walk around Okushima's famous eateries, so it was quite a waste not to use her information. Of course, I had no intention of leaving the academy again, so I resolved to give up and eat on campus.
食堂にでも行くかね。
飯なら、このエルが作りましょう。
おう、あまり君が作っているところを見たことがないが。
Back when everyone was around, the considerate Sorako handled most of the cooking. Saku and Mitri were close behind her. Tamo and Eru, on the other hand, focused more on eating.
舐められたものです。
She said that, spun around and placed her hand right on her face and ran her hand along her cheek. Left hand along her cheek. Howard. After standing like that for a moment, she opened her eye to check my reaction before continuing her speech.
料理ふふん、余裕です。エルは天川ノーブルスクールのレジェンドシェフと、今自分で名付けるほどの腕前ですよ。
自分で名付けたのかね。危険な通り名だな。
I don't know how good she was, but she seemed rather confident. I simply remember that I'd seen her create midnight snacks for Saku. I simply remembered that I'd seen her create midnight snacks for Saku. She also already showed me her coffee making ability. Perhaps it was a good sign.
ならば頼むとしよう。そうだな。できれば地元らしい料理がいい。
リクエスト付きの厚かましさが成りたらしいですね。わかりました。少々材料を部屋に取りに戻ります。
Eru returned to her room. What kind of food did Okushima have anyway? It didn't really matter. I decided to trust Eru's skill and wait.
Tadaima.
She returned with what looked like a plastic container from a freezer. Were those frozen beans inside? I'm a bean amateur, so I failed to determine their variety.
では、エルがマジうま料理を作るので、成田は命に関わるほどハードな筋トレでもしといてください。
わかった。
Eru rolled up her sleeves and walked over to the kitchen. She looked capable, which made my expectations soar. She finished in about 20 minutes. It felt a bit short, but looking at what I was given, I could say that she'd spent a lot of time on it.
これは何だろうか。
奥島風ラーメンです。
Simple porcelain bowl that didn't suit the fancy living room was full of hot soup, noodles. Hot soup and noodles. That was indeed ramen.
つまり中華そばかね。
ノーン、ラーメンです。ラーメンと中華そばを一緒にしてはならない。奥島風ラーメン。しかも金時豆トッピング。ほら、ここに甘みのある豆を乗せているでしょ。いいから食え。故郷の味を堪能して郷愁の涙に濡れなさい。
Putting aside her questionable fixations, I figured I had to eat it while it was still hot.
これは
驚きましたか？これは奥島ラーメン。いわゆるすき焼き風ラーメンです。まずはネギ、もやし、メンマと定番を抑え、その上にバラ肉が盛り付けてあるのが特徴的です。
これは何かね。私の記憶が正しければラーメンにもすき焼きにも豆はトッピングしなかったはずだ。
既成の観念にとらわれているとはまだまだですね。見ての通りの金時豆ですが、この渦を描くようなトッピングで東の海の大渦を表現したこれぞ名付けて名門大渦ラーメン。本州との間の海峡は 昔から厳しい荒さと渦で有名で、聖者を拒む暗き国への門、すなわち名門と呼ばれていました。それがなまって名門海峡と呼ばれるようになったのです。本州との境にある島の名の由来が阿波への道という説はよく知られています。阿波とはすなわち T 県北部の古名。古事記において最初に生まれた島が道であったなら、その行き着く先はさらに古い最初の聖者と死者の生まれた土地に他なりません。すなわち原初の混沌にも似た生と死のエネルギーの葛藤を一杯の丼の中に再現した至高のラーメン、それがこの名門大渦ラーメンなのです。
Okay.
それから最後の生卵がポイントです。やはりすき焼きといえば生卵を入れてガシガシ混ぜて食べますよね。しかしこれは混ぜて食べるのはアウトです。見た目も悪いですが甘辛スープの風味が飛んでしまいますので、最後にスルッとすくい取って食べるのがコツ。
That I got to eating.
これは違う。明らかにこれまで食したラーメンとは別物。スープは醤油ベースか。飲んでみると甘辛く濃厚な味付けが口の中に広がる。濃いスープの味に合うようにか、固めに茹でられた細い麺の歯ごたえが驚きをもたらし、肉の味わいとハーモニーを奏でている。ふむふむ、なるほど、これは興味深い味だね。金時豆を噛んだ時のほのかな甘さが良いアクセントになっているのだね。
そうでしょう、そうでしょう。わかればいいのです。
Stopping to eat her own portion, Eru brought up the main subject.
昼間ポリコーのところで見てた資料、何か新たな事実が判明しましたか？
別に真犯人を探しているわけではないのだがね。いや、サクは犯人を探そうとしているのかもしれないが。
もったいつけますね。
That was my attention. It really required more time to put my thoughts in order.
サクが外で追っていたのは206号事件だった。ミトリの件ではなかったことになる。その点が不可解だ。サクはミトリが消えたことを気に病んでいた。エル、君がそう思ったのであれば、おそらく間違いはないのだろう。私もサクの人となりからすれば、そうするのが自然だと思っている。それなのに、脇道にそれて別の事件を追うのは、私の知るおとなしサクらしくない。どうしても他のことを置いても手をつける必要があったとすれば、それはなぜだ？
The insignia of the crowns was noble enough to stand at the front lines to defend what she believed in. So the situation didn't make sense to me.
ミトリの件に206号事件が関わっているとか。
ふむ、それならば筋は通るだろうね。
成田的にはそうではないと。
206号事件は数年前の出来事だ。ミトリの学籍離脱と直接のつながりがあるとは考えにくい。いや、そうとも限らないのか。昼間見た資料の中には記者の報告書に記載されていないものもあった。例えば正式な証拠とは認められていない現場横のビルの壁についていた足跡の痕跡。
どうして証拠とみなされなかったんですか？
足跡と断言できなかったのも理由の一つだが、ついていた場所が地上3階、およそ8メートルの高さだったからだよ。昼間見た通り、現場横のビルの壁には非常階段どころかはしごもついていない。状況的に何かの工事でついたものとも考えにくい。
じゃあどうやってつけたんですか？ヨガ的奥義で足が伸びるとか。
残念ながらヨーガとはもっと哲学的な修行法なのだよ。さて、その足跡をどうやってつけたかといえば、おそらく跳躍したのだろうね。
地上3階まで？
地上3階の高さまで。
Master certain body techniques could learn to control their center of gravity well enough to run up walls. Both Eru and I knew of a way to do it that didn't require any actual training.
人間を逸脱した身体能力。犯人は HMI なんですか？
可能性は高い。本来スクールに報告され処理される案件だろうが、2065号事件はごく普通の猟奇事件として処理されてしまった。
If that was the case, it made sense why they couldn't catch the culprit. Abnormalities couldn't be gauged by the normal eye, since it just wasn't equipped for it. And if the culprit was an HMI and had a connection to the academy, perhaps there was a link between the incident and Mitri's disappearance. For better or for worse, the icon announcing someone's return popped up. Saku had arrived. She instantly entered the living room. We fell silent. She looked at us in surprise before passing by and heading to her room.
サク、おかえりなさい。
ただいま、エル。
Curt, dry response didn't sound anything like the Saku I knew. Did something happen, or?
何やら楽しそうだ。おや、いい匂いがしているね。
We were then joined by Taigi. That everyone other than Tomo had returned.
ちょうど夕食をとっていたところでね。君たちもどうかね。
せっかく誘ってくれたのにすまない。遅くなりそうだったので、食事は済ませてきてしまったんだ。
いや、応用な私はその程度では気にしないとも。シェフとして腕を振るうのはエルなのだしね。
As we wore friendly masks and had a basic exchange, Eru glared at me. Probably didn't like that I said you too, basically telling Taigi that Saku had been out. Where?
健単な玉緒が席にいないということは、彼女はまだ戻ってきてないのかな。
ふむ。いわゆる不良とは夜行性の動物と同じだよ。彼らは皆夜遊び好きだ。
些細な事故で命を落としてしまうこともある。時の先生のようにね。サク、君からもあまり夜出歩くのは感心しないと伝えてやってくれないか。
He told her on purpose. Saku was walking up the stairs, but Taigi's words made her stop in place. She turned around, whoops, but still didn't say a word. Felt the air in the living room solidify.
野蛮な乙女は風のように身軽だ。狭い場所に収まっているのは性に合わないのだろうね。
ほどほどならばね。やりすぎれば問題にもなる。サクはどう思う？
そうね。言って聞かせておくわ。
Taigi shared our dorm, so there's no chance that he wasn't aware of Saku's recent activities. But it didn't feel like he'd reported her actions to the academy. Was he keeping the information to himself? Taigi and the son of the chairman Kurofune Mikado. Considering the fact that he'd suddenly joined us as it was, the obvious assumption was that he was the enemy. The fact that I thought he wouldn't act against the grounds amused me. Taigi was an enemy, and even if he wasn't that, he was Kurofune's son. A son that's planning to cap his dad. In case you haven't realized that this gun is fucked already. There we go. An old faded memory floated to the top of my mind. There was once a time when a man who hadn't yet become Shinri Narita and a man who hadn't yet become Taiki Mikoto watched the same scene. However, it had all been lost. Looking back on it brought me nothing but a desolate sense of emptiness and a fiery rage so potent it scorched my own body. As for Saku, she had the cold expression she'd shown for a moment and had returned to her usual self.
心配といえば君もだけどね。最近のサクはどこか疲れていて危うい感じがするよ。
そんなこと。
高崎くんと喧嘩したんだろう。珍しいね。
たまたまよ。
女の子だって喧嘩くらいしますわよ。ほほほ。
Sakura and Eru quickly worked to change the subject.
君たちでもそんなことがあるのかい？
ありますよ。生理用品はナプキンがいいかタンポンがいいかで、血みどろ大喧嘩です。ね
え。まあ。
Eru said something odd again, so Sakura had no choice but to play along, even though it was obvious she didn't want to. As they appeared recently, they were in a way still the closest it was. Being on the same wavelength was second nature to them.
そうかい？それなら構わないんだが。
Taiki squinted and nodded before returning to face me and whispering something.
成田、君も気がつけば注意をしてやってほしい。僕は空子の友人たちがつまらない騒動に巻き込まれたり、そんなことにはなってほしくないんだ。
That wasn't the first time I'd heard him speak Soroko's name. I'd stayed in Rome for a month already, so I'd heard him call out to her many times. But that time, it sounded exactly like it had 7 years ago. Like I'd heard the voice of my childhood friend at last. It was a fossil of something long since lost. Along with that, I saw a glint of sadness in his cold, bored eyes.
学友の力になるのは当然だ。私からも頼もう。サクも気をつけてやってくれるかね。
Our eyes met. There was no spark raising intensity between us. Instead, it felt like I'd stuck my hand in an unfathomably dark, deep swamp.
ええ、わかったわ。じゃあ、今日のところはもう休むことにするから。
はい。おやすみなさい、サク。
おやすみ、サク。
おやすみ。明日また良い夜明けが君に訪れること。
Sakura disappeared into the second floor. The three of us had nothing else to say, so the day soon came to a close. So I thought.
おい、こら成田。さっきのはどういうつもりですか？大義の野郎にサクのことを漏らしやがって。奴は理事長のボンボン、つまりエネミー。懲罰的賠償金を要求しますよ。
Motionless but breathing raggedly through her nose, Eru came to my room. Letting her run wild in the hallway risked attracting Sakura or Taigi's attention, so I let her inside and she instantly went off on me.
日付も変わろうという時刻に男の部屋を訪れるものではないよ。身の危険がある。
人目がないのを見計らっていきなりハッキングに及んじゃうぜという日本語ですね。
いや、そのままズバリ私の身が危険だという意味なのだよ。
That little honey trapper was far too great a threat, but there were few places in the academy where we could chat in peace. I thoroughly inspected my room, so it was relatively safe, and thus I had no choice but to use it.
言葉を選んで言うが、外堀を巧妙に埋められながら真綿で首を絞められているような気分だ。
And I walked away from the holy creed of the well-endowed and fallen into the abyss of the two-dimensional. That would have been truly terrifying.
それよりも理由、説明をしろ、説明を。やっぱりちょっぴり待ってください。
She interrupted me before I got in a proper response.
何を待つのだね。
部屋に戻ったのでリラックスしてから成田の弁解を聞きます。
応用な私だが、あえて言わせてもらおう。一つにはここは私の部屋で君の部屋ではない。二つには弁解することは何もなく説明をするだけだ。
I like how this is like the fucking route where he just can't deal with the girl. It's like, just please have mercy on my soul! I explained my current point of view, but of course Eru ignored me.
ノーブルたるものが些細な違いにいちいち目くじらを立てるようでは器の小ささが知れますよ。ま、成田んぼうはなかなか凶悪でしたけど。
The neck. Eru took off all clothes besides her shirt, folded everything, and placed them in one place.
何をしているのかね。
An attempt at seduction, perhaps?
世の中には萌えと呼称されるものは数多いですが、本物の萌えは一握り。この格好は人間の本能にいやおなく突き刺さる真なる萌えの形の一つ。浮か萌え。裸ワイシャツのフェチ要素とブカブカのシャツを女の子が着ることで現れるチラリズムの高次元融合が無限の力で想像力を刺激する。そいつに触れることは萌えを意味する。というわけで自分部屋ではこの格好の方が落ち着くのです。
いや、しかし異性の部屋でそれはあまりに。
萌え萌えですか？浴場しましたか？辛抱たまらんですか？
ありえない。自分の名誉のために断言しよ
う。では問題ないですね。釈明を聞かせてもらいましょう。納得できなければ罰として成田の恥ずかしい声を世界配信します。
How unfortunate I had to calm my heart and make it as still as a statue. My love for full breasts was paramount to my view of the world.
いいかね。玉緒や私ならともかく、素人の策が密かに出入りしても完全に隠し通すのは無理だろう。私が言わなくとも大義はある程度気がついていたはずだ。だからこちらから切り出して大義の反応を見た。どの程度策の不在を重要視しているのか。
The results were unexpected. I didn't know how long it would hold true, but apparently he had yet to report Saku's actions to Kurofune.
ところでエル、君がいるのならちょうどいい。
ちょうどいいというと、花束とかくれるんですか？それともラブポエムでも読んでくれますか？部下シャツの下をチロリと覗いてみたいとか。
君にいくつか確かめておきたい。
は？エルのことが気になるってやつですか？はあ、恥ずかしい。師匠ププー。
She laughed without any expression on her face. What was she expecting here? Honestly, I failed to grasp her thoughts at all.
206号事件について改めて尋ねておこう。エル、君は何か知っているのではないのかね？
どうしてそう思いますか？
昼間事件の名前が挙がった時らしい反応があったからね。
いちいち細かいところを見落とさないやつです。
I couldn't tell whether she was impressed or annoyed. She placed a finger on her mouth and looked up at the ceiling. Her stare was so expressionless that it seemed downright robotic. A moment later, the impression faded. Then she grinned and opened her mouth and spread her arms.
いいでしょう。話しましょう。
I could expect that she knew something. I didn't know why she'd kept quiet before. Why she decided to reveal her hand after I questioned her.
実は、バーン！超真実！事件で死んだのは自分の持ち主なのです。
Fell silent and tried to react. What should mean by owner? Since the dawn of humanity, people were counted among the most valuable commodities. They were exchanged as beasts of burden, subjects of desire, pieces of art, proof of trust, combat strength, and even medicine or food. The world was full of people who wished to control others, trample all over their dignity and lives, assert their authority and profit while doing so. Human trafficking affected not just the less developed nations in Africa or Central Asia, but also more advanced nations in the West, as well as Japan.
君の言う持ち主とはどういった意味でなのか？
言葉のままです。自分は物でした。それだけの話です。物であるからには所有者がいる。
Found her logic hard to digest, but somehow managed. Oddly enough, the word tool seemed to fit the unexpressive girl rather well.
どんな環境にあったにせよ、自分を道具と呼ぶのは感心はしない。
まあ、事実は事実なので、自分は物で所有者がいて、それが死んじまいました。高崎は代々、とある家に仕えて、そいつらの使う道具を用意する一族でした。先天性のハローを持つ子供がそれ。つまり、このエルなどです。
ハローを持つことを前提にした特殊な役目を含む方向ということか。
Aru raised her fingers and went tisk tisk.
道具は道具です。方向っていうのは、あくまでも人間のやることでしょ？高崎の道具は 感情を持ちません。迷いません。機能があるだけです。そうなるように育てられるのです。まさに、高崎500年の匠の技。高崎は、主の家の後継者に与えられます。代替わりしたら、新しいものをまた一つ。一種のステータスというか、まあ、お歳暮みたいなものというわけです。
Oops. Fuck. Yes, tool did seem fitting. It wasn't that they didn't acknowledge emotions or get rid of them. Instead, they simply denied them as a function. Takazaki family had spent the last 500 years perfecting techniques to make humans less humanoid. I couldn't imagine what kind of methods they employed. But they seemed to have the conviction to discover them and accomplish it.
しかしですね、高崎の血は次第に薄れて、最先端であるこの L に至っては、不良品だったのです。
不良品。私には有能に思える。
いやいや、とんでもないですよ。
I understood what you meant by that. A tool's role was to fulfill its function perfectly. Anything less or more was an abject failure. Is this a blessing for Eru or a curse? Someone who wasn't her, I had no way of truly knowing.
ただまあ、L の持ち主は物好きなやつだったので、不良品を面白がって買ったのです。
その持ち主が2065事件の被害者か。
Would have been a tragedy if it was someone close to her. But this was a man who treated her like an object, so she find joy in her emancipation. She spoke with indifference, so it seemed like it was neither.
それで L はどうなったのかね。
事件で持ち主が死んで、不良品の自分は引き取り手がいなくなりました。危うく廃棄処分危機一髪みたいなこともあったみたいですが、持ち主の家の新しい跡継ぎが便利な使い道を思いついたのです。黒船氏とのコネクションを作るための引き出物としてスクールに入学させてしまおうと。ささ、お歳暮でございます。みたいなわけで、今に至るわけです。
結果的に物の立場から解放されたということかね。
She once again clicked her tongue while moving her fingers to the sides.
道具を勘違いしてますね。そんなお涙頂戴の三文芝居が通用すると思われているとは、高崎500年の自称腐敗の歴史も安く見られたものです。道具は道具です。不良品というだけで。それを拾ったのは、策です。策に所有されたので、不良品にもようやく持ち主ができて、ああよかった、と。策のおかげで不良なのも、ま、それはさておき。自分、どうにか生きるっぽいことができるようになりました。完璧。
Eru grinned, but couldn't tell what she found so amusing.
私から見れば、L は強い個性と有能さがあるが、ここの学生たちの多くよりも、よほど真っ当に生きているように思えるよ。
道具に何を求めてるんですか？もともと心も意志もないものなんだから生きてるように見えますが、まあどう思うかは成田のお好きにどうぞ。
What a weak reaction. Perhaps she wasn't lying when she implied that she didn't feel emotions. At least, it explained why she acted so normal when she should have suspected me, why she was so absurd in general. However, I couldn't bring myself to accept her words completely. It's because I didn't want to. Would an emotionless person have cracked a funny joke? Someone like that have enjoyed pointless chat with a group of friends? Would they have complained about bad coffee, made great food, or gotten fixated on relationships with equal terms?
こういう流れで来てるんで、自分が策のためになることをやろうとするのは自然当然。策のためなら成田のチンチンもいじるみたいな。
それは必要ないと言ったはずだが。
If I understood Eru Takazaki's true nature, she lived as an object, which explained her lack of presence. Presence conveyed the intensity of a person, the potential of a single individual to shake the world. To an object like Eru Takazaki, Individuality was unneeded and had to be removed.
エルの持ち主だった人物。事件の被害者はどのような人物だったのかね。
こりゃ難しいクエスチョンですね。一言で表すなら、クズといったところでしょうか。
That's straightforward. Her expression didn't change, but I've heard some disdain in her voice. You must have mistreated her.
地方の金持ち家系のダメ息子の学生です。恨みを持つ奴を探したら、一山いくらでいたんじゃないでしょうか。事件もそういった怨恨が大爆発と。
どうやらただの事件ではなさそうだな。では、エルから見て彼のことで何かおかしなことはなかったかね。例えば、事件の前に普段と違う行動をとっていたとか。
My question made Eru tilt her head. Reminded me of an owl I'd seen with my sister. Though fluffy and adorable owls were birds of prey, and both my sister and I found them to be wondrous animals. Eru spoke of the incident as if it had nothing to do with her, despite her being one of the most affected. In her mind, she seemed almost uninvolved, though she truly was an object that was natural. After tilting her head for a good few moments, she turned back and brought her hands together in realization.
死ぬ直前、持ち主は後天性型のハローに覚醒しました。
Felt like a fine thread had appeared before my very eyes. Couldn't sleep well that night, even after I'd gotten comfortable in my bed. The room was air-conditioned, but I felt like I was boiling in there. Still, I eventually managed to drift off into the depths of slumber. Sweat gathered on me, however, and my skin felt so unpleasant as it stuck to my night clothing that I ended up waking up in the middle of the night. It was rare for me to sleep so poorly and feel so unpleasant. My instincts picking up an ominous presence. When I considered drinking some coffee to help me wake up, I noticed the cause of my poor sleep. I had noticed, but Eru had snuck into my room and in my bed. Her position made her resemble a cat. She was obviously sleeping well, but it was clear that her presence and warmth made it hard for me to sleep soundly. It would be difficult for me.
君が入ってきたのに気がつかないほど熟睡できていたとは珍しくも安眠だったらしい。それを妨害してくれるとは迷惑極まりないことだな。
It happened again. My patience was running thin. She'd actually snuck in without revealing her presence. Also, this room had an electronic lock on it. How did she even enter? I like how the main character is just like... Ah! He just has no fucking clue what to do with this lass. Felt like someone had clawed my heart. Eru Takazaki had been an assassin. Shinri Narita's life would have already ended. Was it a result of Eru's halo? What kind of power was it then? Eru had called herself a tool during Incident 206. She had to have been in the possession of her owner. Was this girl truly what she appeared to be? The way I had woken up was odd, so if I turned on the light, Eru would have woken up as well. And heard that the smell of coffee also woke most of individuals. With that in mind, I had no choice but to do nothing. No reading, no coffee. Instead, I simply killed time in the dark room. Nearly an hour later, the time came and I prepared to leave. I quickly changed my clothes, but then tried to sneak out of the room. But I felt the pillows suddenly hit my back.
いい仮眠ができました。さて、どこへ行くのか知りませんが、連れてってください。
It just feels like he's like about to climb out the window, like fixing the last bit of his uniform. So... What? He's just like, okay, please, just please act in a predictable manner once in your life. Once. I feel like I'm going to develop a fucking... I feel like I'm going to develop a fucking heart disease from the amount of stress you're putting me through. It seemed like really wasn't at my best. Was it a fabled slump? How had Eru noticed me when I was trying to hide my presence? Importantly, would Shindy Narita have avoided serious damage if the pillow was a blade or a bomb?
これがエルのハローなのかね。
企業秘密です。
He had to never back down when she insisted on some. I could have told her not to come, but I knew she would never listen. I had ways to deal with her, but I had no guarantee that they would be fully effective. I had the option of shaking her if she failed me, but I didn't know a thing about Eru's halo, so that would seem dangerous. I couldn't sense her presence after all, which made me as powerless against her as a puppet. If Eru's halo gave her the ability to catch up to me, all my efforts would have been rendered moot. Perhaps it was safer to merely keep her within my view.
わかった。ついてきたまえ。
I'd gathered my resolve, but I didn't make a choice. I took Eru with me. To play it safe, I went and checked where the sock was in her room, and indeed, I sensed her presence there. There was no actual problems.
ここからどこへ？走るんですか？しんどいのでセッを出してください。
ここから先は以前と同じルートだ。
Eru's movements remained sluggish since she'd just woken up. So I picked her up.
Oh.
Before she finished her sentence, I dashed off into the night.
急ぎたまえ。国元に遅れると、主に私が非常にまずい状況に陥る。
Due to Eru's rude interruption, I ended up leaving later than planned.
あれでヒシアは時間にうるさい。その上怒ると非常に地味な嫌がらせをするので地味に困ってしまうのだ。
In mild but perplexing ways.
地味というと？
以前密かに歯ブラシの毛を1ミリほどカットされた時は実害は全くないものの自分のものではないような違和感でとても気持ち悪かった。
マジ地味です。
That is so fucking petty. Mira after the grove at Ishia sadly revealed herself.
遅刻です。
時には時間から解放され自由でありたい時もあるとは思わないかな。
The moment she spotted me, a look of anger graced her face. I'd long since grown used to the sight.
時間から解放されるのはご自由ですが、ヒシアが被る迷惑から解放されるのは感心いたしません。
うん。以後気をつけるとしよ
う。とっても気持ちよかったです。
An uncomfortable silence fell upon us. I felt ready to break out in a cold sweat.
私の人生に余計な苦難を増やさないでもらいたい。
Like, Nani, I love this round because the entire round is just Nani to just... Just Narita is so done with everything, and it's amazing. She had looked at me with a wide grin on her face, and did my best to avoid her gaze.
というわけで、成田様でしたら問題なく計画を実行できるものと医師は思っております。必要ないとは思われますが、手助けがどうしても必要というのであれば、医師はいやいやお手伝いをしてもよい。
She'd completed the preparations for the third act.
エルが地元民アドバンテージを利用して地域の案内が可能ですよ。場所が県内じゃありませんが、全く知らない場所でもないですし。
エルルンと成田様、年頃の関係のお二人なら、肉欲で結ばれた関係のお二人なら、性的な力の消化でもってイシアがいなくとも計画を実行できるのではないでしょうか。
だから違うと言っているのに。
The only problem we had was Eru, who tagged along like it was only natural. I'd decided to hide from her before approaching Ishia. However, that hadn't happened. I didn't know why, but she seemed to be on a wavelength similar to my dear maids, which made her all the more troublesome. And I, Shinri Narita, made a grave mistake by introducing them to each other. They were a gestalt akin to 2 times 2 being 8. I was the only one who would suffer the consequences of any of their actions.
ところでメイドさん。
イシアとお呼びください。
シアさん、第3のターゲットとやらは何者なのですか？
Toshini Narita was an extremely heavy question, and because it had come from Eru Takazaki's mouth, I just couldn't keep my mouth shut. Hishiya kept quiet and maintained her poker face, showing off her exquisite skills as of maid.
それは私の個人的な事情なのだよ、高崎エル。
つまり、他に漏れると、成田超ヤバス、というわけですか。こそこそ動き回っていたのも腑に落ちます。いえいえ、エルはクラウン1の作詞ですので、最初からお見通しでしたが。超安心してください。自分、お口チャックした秘密にはマジ口堅いです。必要なのは策を守ってもらうことだけなので、それ以外なら、どんな悪辣な条件でも問題なく飲みます。
それを信用しろと。
Though I had few options in that particular situation. I'd allowed Eru to get too close to me, and my inability to know what she was thinking left me with little wiggle room. In all honesty, this had been set in stone the moment Eru called me, returning after the end of the second act.
自分、道具だと言ったじゃないですか。飾ってある掛け軸を気にして悪巧みする悪代官がいますか？道具相手には何も遠慮はいりません。
いいだろう。話そう。
成田様、よろしいのですか？
この先隠し通すのは困難だ。ここで拒絶しても、言葉を浪しても、ごまかしても、エルは自分が納得できなければ、好き勝手について回るだろ
う。よくわかってますね。花丸をあげましょう。
結果が予想できない分、始末に悪い。手元に置いた方がマシというものだよ。
承知いたしました。
It looked like Hishiya wanted to say some, but instead she simply acted like the perfect maid she was and approved of my decision. Eru remained silent as she waited for our exchange to end. Her composure helped me gather my resolve.
第3のターゲットとは、桂木新山だ。
狙いは、やっちゃうことですか？
そうだ。
そうですか。わかりました。
Her reaction appeared unexpectedly mild. Too mild, in fact. After all, she surely knew that Kenshinzan Katsuragi was Sorako's father. Hishiya, apparently feeling the same, broke her silence and joined in our conversation, which I hadn't expected.
Hishiyaの完璧調査によると、桂木様はエルルンのご学友の父親のはずですが、よろしいのですか？
おおむね OK です。約束通り策を救ってくれるなら、誰にも何も言いませんよ。ついでだから、桂木の野郎をやっちゃうのもお手伝いしてやります。さすが七つ道具自分、超役に立つ。
ご自身で OK とおっしゃるのなら。
Eru's reply sounded extremely straightforward. That just made it harder to comprehend. Even Hishiya looked confused. However, she quickly recovered, pulled out a portable device, and showed me the display.
206号事件と関連がありそうなデータについて、取り急ぎ追加で調べたものでございます。
さすがはHishiya。この私の次女だけはある。
I took the device, glanced at the contents, and furrowed my brow. Displayed information about several events that had happened around Okushima since Incident 206. Why had she shown that to me? Knowing Hishiya, there was no way it was unrelated, but it still seemed odd to. Felt an ominous shadow fall over me and kept reading, but a conversation that completely shattered the tense air occurred right next to me.
しかし、桂木様の件、マジよろしいのですか？ご主人様に手ごめにされた上、このような悪事に手を染めざるを得ないエルルンの未来が、Hishiya、心配です。
案ずるより有無がやすしです、Hishiyaさん。いやいや、心遣いは無用なのです。自分、超道具ですので。
先ほどもそうおっしゃっていましたね。道具とは、これまた何というか、ある。
懐かしいというと
I had a bad feeling about this. The conversation quickly turned to an uncomfortable direction, so I calmly stopped them.
待ちたまえる。その問題についてだが。
聞きたいですか？聞きたいですね。いいでしょう。お答えいたしましょう。Hishiyaも身近にその昔、道具と呼ばれていた身の上の女の子を知っているのです。ドギューン！
ほうほう。人間を道具呼ばわりするのが自分のステータスとか思ってるエロゲな輩は世間に吐いて捨てるほどいますからね。
Naturally, the two talkative females did not even listen to me.
その子は 下から3番目くらいの貧しい階層の出でした。そういうものの未来は生まれた時から決まっております。さっさとのたれ死ぬか生きて道具になるか。
ほうほう。
しかし中には例外もあるものです。この国のことわざでは、捨てる仏あれば拾うファラオありと申します。
拾ってくれたわけですか。自分ワクワクしてきました。
ええ、まあその子は感謝したのですが、相手がどうにも変な目で見るので、どうかしたのかと尋ねてみたところ、ピチピチヤングの頃からバインバインだったおっぱいをいきなりこう
揉まれたおっぱいを。
それならまだしも揉むしかしないのです。
そこまで来て揉むしかしないとは、なんという下手で、変態変態変態。
昔の話ではないかね。
超最悪です。昔の話と男は言いました。
エルルン、このように男とはこれっぽっちも信用できないけだものです。くれぐれもたやすく心を許したりされてしまわないように。
So now we know even Hishia wasn't safe.
しかし彼にしては自分相手には超ギンギンで凶悪になっていました。
ほほう、それは超興味深いことを伺いました。
やはりリトルハンターなのですね。変態。
人は時に言われなき苦難にも耐え忍ばねばならないのだね。
I just love how Narita is just over here like, please, just end it. I finished checking the materials Isha presented, and there was nothing there that cracked the mystery of Incident 206 wide open. Even if the pieces brought me closer to the truth, some of the more important details were still missing. That's why I had merely developed a hunch. I felt that the truth was beyond the mist, stirring slowly and solemnly. Surely Narita's instincts had become unreliable, so there was a chance that he'd missed the mark yet again. However, on the off chance that they were right, it was a problem I had no chance of handling on my own. Anyways, time to kill a dad. The next morning I felt a presence and walked out into the living room, a bit earlier than usual, where, as I expected, I found Taigi. Conveniently, Saku hadn't woken up yet.
朝からどこへ行くんですか?
Eru, who'd stayed in my bed again last night, had followed after me like a shadow. Not even giving me time to respond, she walked through the living room. She headed for the sofa where Taigi was sitting with a side profile full of ennui.
今朝は早いね、成田。何事かあったのかな?
Taigi asked me that question upon sensing my presence, not even bothering to look back, as if even that was a bother.
おはようございますです。大義のボンボン。
少し話がある。
Looked down at him from the side and spoke in a wistful tone that didn't let him talk back. His maids never accompanied him to the dorm, which made this my only chance to talk to him one-on-one.
君から話とは珍しいね。成田はもう少し慎重にI
grabbed him by a slender arm and held him with enough strength to leave a mark, making it obvious that I had no time to waste on such trivialities. Apparently realized how serious I was as he slowly looked up at me. Our eyes met. I didn't know what ran through his mind as he sat there, but a few moments later he stood up, soundlessly and slowly.
続きは君の部屋で構わないかい?
それで結構だ。
The only ones in my room were me, Taigi, and Eru. An avenger, the son of his chief target, and a knight. Up until recently, this would have been a completely unlikely combination. Tamo had already set out for some early morning training, and based on her presence, Saku remained in the room, though I no longer truly trusted my senses as much as before.
サクを助けるため手を貸してほしい。
I skipped the pleasantries and cut to the chase. Ada forgot to breathe for a moment before raising her voice in surprise.
こいつ何を言い出してるんですか? というかありなんですか? それは。
事態は予想より悪いかもしれない。 HMI に詳しい人間の力が必要だ。それも早急に。ならば策を救いたい者同士助け合うのはごく自然な成り行きではないかね。
ごく自然というより超自然。その人選でどうしてこやつなんですか。策を救いたい者同士だってその前提から怪しいです。だってこのボンボン
帝黒船の息子だ。そんなことは言われるまでもない。
I hated having to deal with them, but I knew I couldn't afford to go to the Academy's researchers. I required someone who wouldn't leak the secrets of the Academy, someone who came from Saku, someone who knew a lot about HMIs all rolled into one package. And after that thought, I realized that only Taiga fit the bill. Eru still doubted my decision, but logic told her that my choice was correct.
僕にできることなら手を貸そう。詳しい話を聞かせてもらえるかい、しんちゃん。
何ですかその微妙なちゃん付けは。
親愛の表現さ。成田真理だからしんちゃん。
しゅんちゃん、どこまで行こうか。
感謝する帝大軍だが、呼ぶときはこれまで通り偉大なる成田様で結構だ。
誰がそういう呼び方してるんですか。
時間がないんだろう。ここよりも安全な場所を知っている。すぐ出かけよう。話はそれからにしよう、しんちゃん。
こいつも人の話を聞かないやつですね。
None of the people in this fucking room are the type to listen to people. Taiki took me to Itoki no Yomi's old office on the first floor of the school building. And none was because the owner was gone or because it had authority as the chairman's, or because he had authority as the chairman's son. But he managed to open the lock with his device, so he simply walked in. The room was still a mess. There were many precious documents around, and not everyone felt they could touch them. Taiki used his device to open up a control layer and issued a command.
コーディリア、室内のモニターをすべてカット。直前15分間の記録を削除しろ。
コンパーメントのモニターをすべてカット。記録の一部を削除します。
これで部屋の中は安全だ。それにここなら必要な資料がほとんど揃っている。相談にはうってつけだろ。
記録を削除してもこの部屋のロックを外せるものは多くないはずだ。本格的に調べられればごまかしきれるとは思えないが。
自分のことなら何とかするよ。それよりも友達を助けないと。
感謝する。
サクはスクールの開校当初からのメンバーなんだ。僕にとっても友人だよ。
このボンボン本気みたいですね。
それよりも詳しい話を聞かせてくれるかい。
I nodded and spoke up. Incident 206. That bizarre, violent, mysterious incident, which I'd assumed was the work of an HMI, once shook Fukushima and its surroundings to their core. A few years had passed since then, and, like most bizarre events, there were no repeats of similar happenings. The culprits had never been caught, but people honestly believed it was an isolated incident. But was that really true? Since Incident 206, strange happenings had popped up in Okushima and the surrounding areas. Most of them went like so. In a certain area, a young person suddenly died. And from anywhere from a few days up to 2 weeks after that, multiple people also died in quick succession, as if there was a link between their deaths. The chain of tragedies unbefitting of a rural area may have made the locals spread unscientific rumors. Then all of a sudden, the incident simply ended without rhyme or reason. In the end, everyone accepted it as just an unfortunate happenstance and got on with their lives, quickly forgetting about it. A few months later, in a seemingly unrelated area, a similar pattern of incidents sprung up. It was thought of as a malicious curse. It was as though a malicious curse had wandered through the land. You wouldn't see it unless you painstakingly investigated the local death numbers, but such incidents had been going on for years. All the victims had one thing in common. They were either school students or some other part of the younger generation. The official causes of death, however, were wide and varied. Illness, accidents, or random assaults were blamed. The lack of any clear connection was exactly what had prevented the word of the incidents from spreading. It was hard to assert that they were mere coincidences, though. the death rates among that age group were far higher in this prefecture than in surrounding ones, high enough to be considered an anomaly even. And that gave Hisha reason enough to suspect that something was afoot. I obviously agreed with her conclusion, of course.
当てずっぽうで言いますが、2065号事件の犯人が事故に見せかけてぶっ殺し続けてるとか言い出されると。
Eru had gotten comfortable in Miss Tokino's seat and was booting up a computer. She was as excited as a stray cat in front of a ball of yarn, but when she saw the monitor, a frown graced her face.
パスかかってやがります。カッパームカつくです。
よく話してくれたよ。
Ignoring Eru's shenanigans, Taigi said only that and checked the spines of the many files on the bookshelf. His room had a perfect computer, but also lots of paper documents. Had Tokino Yomise preferred them? That was a very human feature to have, but it was far too late for it to move my heart. Taigi's left hand grabbed my attention. He was digging into the files with his right, but his left was doing something else something entirely different. It seemed like a particularly pointless act in our situation. Seemingly not even conscious, he skillfully bent paper into cranes. He was doing origami. If you ignored the fact that he was doing it with one hand, he was making very plain paper cranes with the sole fighting feature being their tilted necks. I'd once known a girl who used to make cranes with the exact same feature. She always used to smile and say that she loved things with wings.
これでいいだろう。
I snapped out of my nostalgia trip. Taigi walked over to Miss Tokino's desk with a pile of files in his hands. He then made Eru move and sat down in front of the computer.
今起動のパスワードを入力したようだが、時の女子のパスをどうして知っているのかね。
企業秘密だよ。
He replied casually, still looking at the monitor. Apparently, I was surrounded by a warped, secretive people.
根性悪ですね、大義は。育ちの良さそうなボンボンのくせに。
Oops. Taigi looked up and compared a few files and lists before looking back at me with an expression that seemed to be hiding something.
スクールは全国規模で HMI 候補を発見するためのそこまでは知っているだろう、しんちゃん。スクールは全国規模で HMI 候補を発見するための試験を実施している。距離的な近さもあって奥島近辺では特に重点的に。そこまでは知っているだろう、しんちゃん。
うん。この間の野外試験の時説明を受けたな。
さっきしんちゃんの教えてくれた事件はどれも該当する地域でスクールが試験を行った後、最長でも2ヶ月以内に起きている。
Taigi handed me one of Miss Tokino's files. It contained research notes, the results of the tests targeting potential HMIs across the entire region. I took a seat and looked through them. Seeing a glance was enough to tell me that it had been going on for quite a while, since at least before the opening of the academy. This room was actually full of such files. I had no solid basis for feeling that way, but merely looking at the cold labels on the spines made uncomfortable goosebumps rise all over my skin.
この試験というのは具体的にどういった方法や手順で行われているのかね。
詳しいことは時の先生しか知らない。
It's hard to imagine that they were completely legal. They had been going on for years throughout Japan without anyone knowing. Funds, personnel, and political power required to perform such feats seemed immense. Nobody knew that Kurofune Mikado and the Academy were backed by a giant community that was above the law. It was exactly why, in order to defeat him, I had no choice but to take great risks to infiltrate his paradise. I picked up a different file and looked at the details.
少なくとも死ぬ可能性のある試験らしいな。
どういう意味かな。
夜店時野が自分の資料に虚偽を書き込むとは思えないのでね。試験対象になった者のうち毎回数人程度の死者が出ている。記述を信用するなら不適合。
とりあえずバタバタ死んでるみたいですね。
Edu slipped under my arm, sat down on my knees, and started reading the file as well.
重くはないが邪魔になるとは思わないのかね。
プリチピチピチレディを膝の上に乗せてラブラブ。超男のロマンですよね。
つまりしんちゃんはこう言いたいわけかい。スクールの試験とは場合によっては死に至る 危険で非合法なものかもしれないと。
He uttered a low, dull sound at that point. Honestly, I didn't expect him to reveal such a gruesome fact that easily. Had he really not known anything? He acted as though it was the case. That was the case. But what if that was all an act? A mere glance at any of the documents in the room would have made anyone reach that conclusion. If he'd known that from the start, it meant he'd invited me and Eru over while fully aware of the risks of us discovering the Academy's dark secret. Did he want to save Sokka that badly?
この資料を見る限りはだが、ところでエルはこの試験とやらを受けたかね？
いいえ、自分先天性型 HMI で持ち主のところから送られてきたお歳暮ですので。
試験は後天性型 HMI の素養を持つ候補者、またはハローを隠して潜伏している HMI の発見を主な目的として実施されていた。実際には前者が大半だったけれど。
それはどういう意味か？
Taigi smiled as though to imply that the answer was obvious.
先天性型 HMI の場合、ハローを常識として持つゆえに一般の社会から大きく逸脱してしまう。
Oops, that makes sense. If someone had been born with the ability to kill others without even touching them, they wouldn't see it as a sin or an abnormality. It's impossible for someone or something like that to grow up without clashing with a society based around normality.
だから試験で発見されるのは候補者でなければ何らかのきっかけですでに目覚めていた後天性 HMI がほとんどだ。もっとも後天性型 HMI には先天性型とはまた別の受難がつきまとう。それまで培われた正常な社会常識と突発的に拡張された世界。
クラウンではサクとソラコが後天性型 HMI か。
Eru was listening in on us, suddenly turned away. Apparently she had no intention of commenting.
何か思い出したら言いたまえ。君の意見がサクを救う手がかりになるかもしれない。
卑劣な言い方ですね、成田真理。その程度で自分を寝返らせようとはちゃんちゃらおかしいです。
君はどこまでも誠実な騎士だな。
当たり前です。自分サクを守るのです。
よくできた道具なら守るというような言葉は使うべきではないよ。もっと無感情にこう言わなけれ
ば。細かいことをいちいち。器の小さい成田は超うざいです。
So sitting on my lap, she refused to respond and looked in an uncertain direction with the face of a household cat that just snatched some food. Human society was narrow-minded. Its lack of tolerance for the abnormal helped maintain order, so I never expected that to change. It was only natural for born HMIs to clash with it and become the stars of their own tragedy. Their only realistic options were to stay abnormal and be rejected, try to become normal and be destroyed. Mikados and Takazakis had picked the former, those who hadn't been crushed by normality. What? Hadn't been crushed by normality. The Academy had gathered and saved those who would have perished otherwise. This paradise had been built on tragedy, and had indeed brought salvation to some.
ところで大義、さっき何かに気づいた様子だったが。
気づいたというよりも気がかりだった。これを見てくれるかい？奥島周辺での試験の
I was all too familiar with the name on the list he presented. Went to my device, pulled up the data he had provided and compared the two. A single look was enough to make the answer clear.
ここ数年続いている事件の死者はすべて試験の被験者。それも良好の判定が出た HMI 適性ありと認められたものばかりだ。
Few exceptions were probably just people who happened to die at some place, time by chance. You accounted for minor errors. The test incidents looked almost identical.
奥島周辺の試験に限って良好判定の候補者は大半が死亡している。
One of the most favorable subject on the list was from another area was Mizukura. That was the maiden who was with the guy who threatened me during the practical exam. Obviously, those who were confirmed to be HMIs were summoned to the academy and became students. Out of the 30% of the favorable subjects developed Slider syndrome, they were recorded as such in Miss Tokino's notes. Year XXX, month XX, day XX, developed S on month XX, day XX, retrieved by Saku, expulsed. Year XXX, month XX, day XX, developed S on month XX, day YY, retrieved by Saku, expulsed. Day ZZ, retrieved by Saku, expulsed. However, though the subject of the Okushima area became slayers at the same rate, most of the rest went to die. I copied Hishiya's data to Tokino Yomisa's computer and displayed it.
何をするんですか？
ま、見ていたまえ。
Started by accounting for measurement errors, then removed the ones that were marked as unqualified. And in other words, the ones who likely died due to the tests. Then I removed those who were disposed of because they developed Slider syndrome and...
興味深い結果だね。
The remaining dead all had accidents listed as their cause of death. Those students who qualified as potential HMIs happened to die by accident, but only around Okushima. It hadn't been a coincidence.
揃いも揃って死因が事故というのはおかしい。意図的なものと考えた方が筋が通る。だとすればこれは誰かが HMI を狙っているということだ。
ラノベの読みすぎきた。思い込みで意味を後付けしちゃうことは人間にはよくあります。
ミステリー好きなのは認めるよ。けれど偶然だと言ってしまうには例外なしという結果は無視できない。
それならこれが206号事件を境にした事件で誰かが意図的に起こしていて、しかもサクが同じ事件を追っているということは、さっきの当てずっぽうじゃありませんが、206号事件の犯人が実はまだ奥島に潜伏していて HMI 候補を殺して歩いてるってことですか？
大義、他に心当たりはあるかね？
可能性としては AHM のような反 HMI 勢力の仕業。ただし連中にそこまでのことができるかは疑問だ。
同感だ。それにこの異常をあの時の女子が完膚なきまでに見逃していたとは考えがたい。
そうなるとこの犯人はスクールの調査と追跡を数年にわたって出し抜きながら事故に見せかけた HMI 候補者の殺害を続けていることになるね。
そんなことは人間業ではない。人間業どころか HMI としても異常だ。候補の中にはハローに目覚めた者もいただろう。それを一方的に殺して歩くとは。
いわゆるザ・サイコパースってやつですか？一応でも仲間なのにひどい話もあったもんです。
この犯人の一番の異常は行為を現実にしている殺意ではなく実行を目指す精神のあり方そのものだよ。
何ですか？
玉親見取りを見てもわかるがエトワール級のハローは強力すぎる。人間を殺害するには過剰だ。人間の機能を停止するのには指先程度の力のハローで十分だ。それはどれだけ強力な HMI であっても何か一つの間違いがあればたやすく打倒されてしまうという意味だよ。 HMI 同士の戦闘は不確定要素が大きい。真っ当な神経の HMI ならそんな予測不能な状況は可能な限り回避しようとするだろう。だがこの犯人はそんな無謀を数年にわたって続けている。
What broken mind made that possible? Another thing to note was the fact that the dead on this list had nothing in common besides being subjects of the tests. It meant it was extremely unlikely that it was extremely unlikely that there was some other strong motivation behind the killings, like hatred and grudge. What was driving the monster then? It didn't seem to have any aversion to death, whether that be its own or another's. Yet it was meticulous, relentless, and systematic. The image of the culprit in my mind felt truly odd.
オンスロート症のことは知ってるかい？
いや、それは？
しんちゃんも知らないか。だろうね。機密化されていて、ここの学生にも伏せられている。 HMI の危機的症例はスライダー S 型脳機能障害以外にもあるんだよ。成長過程のハローの暴走が原因で HMI が変質してしまう場合をオンスロート症という。
具体的にはどういった症候が現れるのかね。
スライダー症は精神疾患の一種と定義されるが、オンスロート症は身体的疾病、ある意味では癌のようなものだ。
He started beating around the bush, which made it all the more concerning.
つまり
怪物になるんだ。
よくわからないが、体に何らかの変化を生じるということかね。
変化ではなく変質さ。ハローが肉体を侵す結果、正しく人間とは呼べないものになる。オンスロート症が秘匿されているのはそのせいだ。怪物に変わってしまうかもしれない恐怖、それはたやすく感染する。
それ自体がオンスロート症の引き金になると。
加えて外部に漏れれば AHM のような反 HMI 勢力がますます勢いづくだろう。奴らはまさしく怪物だとね。
だからここで知ったことを口外するなというのか。それはスクールの理事長の息子としての発言か。
好きに考えてくれていいよ。
You figured that if Tokyo Yomi said discover the matter, she would have left some documents about it behind, but we found absolutely nothing. Finding something that specific in a sea of documents was like looking for a needle in a haystack. If we stayed too long, we risked attracting unwanted attention, so we concluded that we had nothing left to learn and concluded our investigation. There's someone walking downstairs. Oh well. I walked back to my room and Eru followed me into it as if that was only natural. Sat down on a chair while she got comfortable on the cushion she always used and embraced little Kojiro. Found it odd that I'd grown so accustomed to her presence.
さっきの大義の話だが、昔私の父がこう言っていた。タガの外れたものは地下に閉じ込めると。
Young as I'd been, I didn't understand what he meant. I asked him to elaborate, but he simply gave me a tired smile and went silent. Looking back on it, wasn't he talking about victims of onslaught syndrome?
自分の姉にあたるものも始末されましたよ。
I didn't expect an actual response to my musings. Her voice was light, but content was heavy.
オンスロート症でか。
自分の家ではコーマとか呼ばれてました。高崎500年も結構中2レベル高めですよね。
Apparently there were still things I didn't know about HMIs. I had to note, though, Hiro Takasaki had been born as a tool, marked as a defect, became property of someone she didn't know, and had a sister who'd gotten killed. A decent chunk of her life seemed cruel beyond words. If she truly believed Saku had saved her from that fate, I understood why she was so loyal to her. It made me want to help them even more.
オンスロート症。知っていることがあるのなら教えてくれないか。
自分が知ってるのはせいぜい口伝の一部ですからね。大義のボンボンの説明と内容は変わりませんが、高崎では一種の先祖返りとも言われていました。
うん。怪物のようになることが先祖返りだと。
コーマ、要はオンスロート化した HMI のことですが、普通の HMI よりもずっと強い能力を持ちます。そちらの方こそ HMI としてはあるべき形なのだと。
I can't say I appreciate this image.
先天性 HMI の家系としてのご多分に漏れず、高崎は自分たちのことを魔の血を引くものであると定義づけていました。
It's the fucking motherfucking devil gene.
代を重ね、いやおなく人に混じるほど血は薄れ、力は失われてゆく。実際、最新作のエロなんかは不良品だったわけですし、高崎は最初からいつか来る終わりを見据えていた。だからこそ、なんとか本来あるべき正しい形、最初の位置に戻ろうとして歳月を費やした。それが待ち望まれていたコーマです。エルやエルの姉にあたるものも、要するに そのためのプロトタイプなわけですね。
待ち望んでいたのに始末したのは予定外の不都合があったから。
ぶっちゃけどうにもならなかったんですよ。完全無欠に人間ではなく、人の手に負えないからこそ魔と呼ぶのです。いざ現れたコーマ、エルの姉にあたる者は花から人間なんて眼中になく、人知の及ばない魔であるがゆえに、そりゃもう殺されまくりました。超ジェノサイドです。日にちや敬類まで寄ってたかっての総がかりで姉的なものを始末した時には、高崎の生き残りはこれっぽっち。
She opened and raised her right hand. Did you mean that only 5 made it? Couldn't say it for sure, but that didn't matter. What mattered was the fact that the Takasakis were as good as done, and Eru Takasaki was the last product created by their 500 years of research.
まあ、自分、持ち主のところで道具やってたので、巻き込まれなかったんですけどね。
想像以上だな。
I'd imagine that monster meant Onslaught syndrome made them act like sliders, leaving them unable to control their emotions and desires, but it seemed far worse.
それでは本物の怪物だ。もはや人間とは呼べない。
でも、それがあるべき形だとすると、自分たちも人間と呼べないのかも。
Eru closed her mouth as though to conclude the conversation. I couldn't help but feel that I'd made her speak of about something that she wished to avoid, despite how nonchalant she looked.
ありがとう。そして、すまない。
ほ
Eru opened her mouth and stared at me for a moment. Then after a decent amount of time, she started talking again.
それは、フォローどうも。
After saying those simple words, she looked away. After that, she sat behind me with her back turned to me. Sitting like that, back to back, made me realize how much larger my back was than hers, as well as how tiny she was overall.
話は終わりです。疲れましたので、あとは成田が整理してください。
Didn't intend to ask her to speak more, but that was probably her way of asserting that she wouldn't talk no matter what. Regardless, I knew I had to confront Sakura the next day. We had to discuss what I'd learned. Whoops. Ada made no effort to return to her room. Despite that, she also didn't try to touch my computer or mess with the bookshelves.
何か部屋に帰れない、帰りたくない理由でもあるのか？
いえ。
そろそろ風呂を使って眠ろうと思っているのだが。
Oh, sounds lovely. I think I'll join you. Let me guess, that's gonna be the plot. How troublesome was what he passed 1 in the morning.
サクと出会ったのは君にとって幸せだったかね？
I asked that question as I looked at the digital clock.
幸せですか？道具が幸せを持ったりしますか？
物も長く使っていれば魂を得る。この国にはそんな話があったはずだよ。
まあ、持ち主が現れてよかったぐらいなら。
どんな形にせよ、それを幸だと捉えて。
Whoops, fuck.
どんな形にせよ、それを幸だと捉えているのなら、この学園に感謝しておくといいだろう。
After she heard my words, Eru tilted her head and thought like an owl.
昼間も見た通り、このスクールはやばいところですよ。試験で何人も死んでるし、この分だと裏がどんな超クズいか知れたものじゃないと思います。
それでもだ。エル、君が自分で言っていただろう。道具だったから巻き込まれて死なずに済んだ。生きてこの学園に来たからサクと出会えた。
死んだだか殺されただかした連中は生きてるエルたちを恨んでるでしょうね。
道具の君が他人の納得を気にするのかね？ああ、そうだ。君は正しい。憎悪とは死者の正当な権利。そしてそれを笑って踏みにじるのが聖者の特権だ。さまつな恨みなど君には知ったことではない。そうだろ？たとえこの学園が屍の山の上に築かれた頂上だとしても、謳歌するのに 後ろめたさを抱いてどうする。悔いとは突き詰めれば自分への言い訳だ。これだけ責めているから許してくださいと、そんなざれ言を幾万積み上げて物の足しにしようとは、それこそ笑いが止まらない。
何言っているんですか。詭弁がましい。鼻血出そうな綺麗事です。
君はこの場所での幸を得た後だ。死を糧になった果実はとっくに積まれてしまった。手放してしまえばそれこそ何一つ残らない。そこに悪があると思うなら胸を張って怒り嘆けばいい。それこそが正しく死者に報いることではないかね。
それって極論するとやったもの勝ちってことでしょ。終わってしまったことに取り返しはつかないんだから全部忘れてしまおうぜなんて。そんなので死んだやつは納得しませんよ。
まったくだな。
人
の世というやつには罪はあっても罰はないのだよ。力ある者は何をしても許される。簒奪と蹂躙の限りを尽くした者ほど幸せな一生を送るのが真理なのだから。それこそ神にすがり罪には罰がついて回るのだと世ごとに言って聞かせなければ社会という形を維持することさえできなくなるほどにね。
I need to look something down real quick. Hold on. Apparently Shinri can mean some like psychology or new reason. He just said Shinri, so I got curious. There was no punishment in this purgatory. That's why I planned to punish the traitors myself as a dead man with the right to do so.
どうしていきなりそんなこと言うんですか。
人には己の幸せを守る権利がある。それがどれほど罪深い幸であったとしても。だからエル、君は迷うことなく自分にとって一番幸せである道を選びたまえ。
道具の自分に幸せなんてわかると思ってるんですか。
君はやはり人間だよ、高崎エル。人格とは外部からの刺激に対しての反応を決定するシステムのことだ。こうして私とやり取りのできるエルには人格というものがあるはずだろ。
PC だって電源入れれば動くじゃないですか。だからって PC を人間と言いますか。自分ここへ来た頃はもっとピクスドール系なキャラでした。要するに物だったのです。
以前買い物をしていたあれかね。
サブカルチャーすごい。ジャパニーズ文化の頂点。勉強して今のキャラを作ってるのです。本物じゃなくて偽物です。みたいなものってだけですよ。
偽物が偽物でしかないとは、君は強量なのだね。
偽物が本物になるんですか。
偽物は偽物だ。しかし見ようによっては本物になる瞬間もあるだろう。この世界にはただ一つの真実のような都合のいいものはないのだから。誰かの悪が誰かの幸であるようにね。例えば君が水槽に浮かぶ脳髄で世界の全てが一夜の夢だとしても、君にとっては偽りではない本物だ。それを否定する必要はない。
よくわかりません。
昨夜他のクラウンたち、彼女らと一緒に君が過ごしてきた時間は嘘ではないと言っているのだよ、高崎エル。私たちにとって君は本物だ、間違いなく。願わくば君自身にとってもそうであることを祈っているよ。
She spent most of the exchange looking around the room with a bored expression, but she suddenly turned to me after I said that. She then licked her lips.
一緒に寝ましょう、成田。
いきなり何を。
She got on all fours and approached me like a panther mid-hunt.
一緒に寝るだけです。それとも、何か違うことを考えましたか？
いや、それは。しかし、この間のことは君にとって取引だったのでは。今度は何のつもりだ？
I don't know why, but I tried to reject her going against my heart's desires.
もう一度言うが、私は助けを願う者に。
As I spoke, Eru placed her fingers on my lips and stopped me mid-speech.
今度のは簡単です。自分、成田とくっつきたくなったんです。自分を本物だと思ってるなら、こういうのもありじゃないですか。一番幸せになる道をなんだらとか、さっき言ってましたよね。
今のエルは、私に好意を抱いていると？
そう言ってます。成田は自分にいろいろ気を使ってくれましたよね。成田は、エルが嫌いですか？
A wave washed through my heart. Merit suddenly mixed with a desire to touch her. Wished to embrace Eru's tiny body. Had I been corrupted? The very thought went against my greatest belief and convictions. Yet my heart urged me onward. Couldn't tell if it was favor or desire. If that was favor or desire, it may have been something that couldn't be so easily classified.
私は君のどこに惹かれたのだろ
う。それはめちゃくちゃにしてやるぜ、おへいへという意味ですか？残念ですが、そういう展開は期待しないでください。
もう少しロマンのある和訳を頼もう。
人を好きになるのに理由はいらないそうです。言うなれば、ピチピチヤングで超凛々しい自分の活躍っぷりを見ていた成田がいつの間にかドハマりしたのです。自分はものなので、成田は言うなれば人形フェチですね。あ、でも成田はエルを本物だというので、人形に魂を認めるフィギュア萌え派かもしれません。
ジャパニーズカルチャーとは奥深いものなのだね。
Like 80% of the conversations he has with Eru in this route, Narita just sounds like he has a headache. And it's great. I'll be right back. Right, I'm back.
いいとも。私にも拒む理由はなくなって。
してくれますか。それは。どうも。どうです？自分の体、寸胴ぺたんこの特定思考向けボディですが。
とても魅力的だ、エル。私は何か目覚めてはいけないものに目覚めてしまったのかもしれない。
ふっふっふ。それは結構です。成田もいよいよ二次元スキーの門を叩きましたね。今夜は新世界とともにエルの肉体を味わってください。
これが二次元の世界なのか。
Was it actually the work of her halo? I didn't know what caused the sensation, but I soon stopped caring. Looking out for her like that made me remember the distant past. Though that was neither the time nor place for that.
やれ。どうやら本格的におかしなものに目覚めてしまったのかもしれない。
そうでしょう。素直になってモラルなんて全部捨ててしまえばいいのです。
That just reminds me of something someone posted in Discord recently. It's like fucking... It's basically like just 2 pages to some doujin. And it's really fucking weird. But it doesn't really fucking matter because... just one of the lines is literally just... Morals? I've lost those along with my virginity. Like what? Who the fuck thinks of that? That's what I'd like to know. Like the fuck? Also, my internet is like being very difficult right now, apparently.
モラルはともかく、理性は必要だと思うのだが、理性を失えば人間は獣も同然なのだから。とはいえ、感情を押しとどめるのは 非常に難しいものだね。
自分が成田のモラルなど壊してあげます。
She formed a smile and brought her body closer. Merely seeing her approach created a surge of joy within me that I would have never expected. When had this sense of attraction started? Was it love? Perhaps it was a remnant of the distant past I subconsciously craved. Regardless, I felt immense joy, so it didn't matter whether it was real or fake. I decided to simply let it take me.
成田は大事なことを失念しています。世にすでに存在する放漫ばかりを求め、未来の放漫を捨て置いています。
それはどういうことだ？
どんな放漫であっても、最初は平坦なのです。つまり、平坦こそ希望。それをただ平坦だからと切り捨てる成田に、真の放漫は微笑まない。放漫への信仰が嘘偽りないのであれば、今この瞬間平坦であったとしても、私は必ずや君を放漫へと導こう。くらい、言ったらどうなのです。
I was overcome by a shock akin to being chained by the neck to a speeding horse. It made me realize just how much of a fool I was. Humans were creatures that experienced growth, but the rate was different for each individual. I was greatly influenced by the environment in which they grew up. That was why I had led the flat ones to... That was why I had to lead the flat ones to a shining future where they were busty.
私はなんという過ちを。そうだ、未来ある平坦を自らが導けば世界はもっと美しくなる。こうしてはいられない。
Pushed Eru away and stood up.
待っていたまえ、平坦たちよ。今私が君たちを救いに行く。
Not wasting time sleeping, I headed outside.
成田、待って、待つのです。成田
I heard Eru's voice behind me, but at this point it was noise unlike the rustling of the leaves outside. Not unlike me.
ロリコニアが危ない。かくなる上は。
Feeling a presence behind me, I looked back. Like before, I had failed to notice Eru approach me. But by the time I saw her, it was too late. Every blow was delivered to my head. I was defeated of arriving at the true future the flat ones carried. But I knew there were brethren out there who would carry on the torch. I was somehow able to wholeheartedly believe that. Having discovered the truth of the world, I went to sleep in satisfaction. The marsh of drowsiness welcomed me.
あとは成田の記憶が巻き戻ってくれることを祈るのみです。
It was just sitting over here like, I fucked up. That may have been a bit too far. I accept that. Anyways, so yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. We're already at 4 hours and a half. Why do I keep doing this? Bye.